Okay. So the premise of today is value. All right. It's one of the most important things ever is learning how to build value in something. Like for example, let's say I was selling this Expo marker and I was selling it for $2,000. Who here would buy this? Nobody, right? You're like, heck no, right? Because there's no value built. You're just like, you're gonna sell me a marker for 2 grand. But what if I was like, oh, but this marker is legendary. It never runs out of ink. You never like if it breaks, you get a brand new one and you can pass it down for generations and generations. Still, most of you guys probably wouldn't buy it, but now you're like, okay, I can see why it's 2000, right? It's like the last marker I ever have to buy, right? Imagine if that was gas, right? Like a $2,000 gas, take a gas that never ran out and you could pass it down to your family for generations and generations. Would that be worth it? Heck yeah, right? Gas can be expensive. Most people spend like 3 grand in gas in a year, right? So that's the purpose of today is to build value. Okay, so now the mission is to so what is value? I guess that's the question. The value is what you get for what you pay. Higher the value, easier the buying decision. Just kind of by a show of hands, how many of you guys have ever spent a lot of money on something? Maybe it was something that others didn't see value in it, but you were really excited for. Oh yeah, all the time, right? Like half the things I buy, like I'm really pumped for, but my girlfriend's like, okay, whatever, right? So like I love shoes, right? I like really nice quality stuff. So that's what value is. It's valuable to you, so you're willing to pay what it costs to get it, right? So that's what we're going to learn about today is how to build value properly. Now, when you put it into sales, if the value is less than the price, that's always a no sale, right? If the customer doesn't see value in it, they're not going to buy it. Now, if the value is equal to the price, it's a maybe, right? You have a 50-50 shot, right? If the value is equal to the price, some people are going to buy it, some people won't. But now if the value is way greater than the price, it's a steal. They're going to get it every single time. So that's a sale. So price doesn't matter, all right? Value does. There's tons of crazy expensive things. Like you guys have seen it, right? Like the Pokemon card that are selling for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? Like who would have thought, right? Nobody would have thought a Pokemon card would be worth $1 million, but people are buying them, right? People are buying them all the time because there's value there, right? People see the value. So that's what we're going to talk about today. All right. So we're going to talk about closing. When you hear me say closing, this is the process that you're doing with the customer when you're closing the deal, closing the sale. All right. So closing. Go ahead and write this down in your notes. The first thing while you guys are working here, this is like my first rule in the office, is never prejudge your customers. Never prejudge your customers. That's messed up. All right. Don't prejudge people. Don't prejudge customers. And what I mean by that is maybe you don't do a demo with somebody because you think, I don't think they're going to buy anything. That's prejudging, right? Or if you're like, that person's broke. I know they're broke. They look broke. That's prejudging. Have any of you guys ever met somebody that had a crap ton of money, but if you were just walking by them on the street, you wouldn't notice? Yeah, all the time, right? It seems like the richer you get, the bummier you dress, right? So yeah, so that's why you can't prejudge people. You just don't know what somebody's buying motives are or what they're looking for, right? Even if you're like, I don't think this person would like it. How do you know? Are you in their mind, right? So that's why I say do a lot of demos because you're actually going to get surprised, right? I still remember there was this during my first week on the job, my mom recommended me to this lady at her job, and I remember showing up to her house, and I was very unimpressed. Like it was like in the middle of nowhere in the boonies of Hemet. You guys know where Hemet is? Yeah, there's some like sketchy parts of Hemet. Like it was like you drove past Hemet and it was just like there was nothing around it. There was just this like little hut. I can't even call it a house. It was like a studio just in the middle of nowhere, dirt road, got my car all dirty. And then I get there and I do this appointment. Well, I'm about to start it, but I'm like on my way up, I'm like, dude, I should turn around. This isn't going to go good. Like all those things are going through my mind. And then I remember like going into her house. It was like a big studio. Her bed was right there, kitchen was right there, bathroom was right there. I'm like, what the heck am I getting into? Right. Luckily, you guys don't have to drive to people's houses anymore. That's way better doing it like this. But I was there, and I was like, all right, I got to do it. And then she ended up buying 2 homemaker sets. She was like, oh, I love Cutco. I grew up with it. My mom used to have it. I'm gonna buy one for me, and then I'm gonna buy a set for my sister. All right, you guys will see when the like it was a nice size order. All right, it was a big sale, and I was just like mind blown. And then when I was leaving, she had to leave too. Guess what she pulls out from behind her house? Nice Mercedes. I was so confused. I've never been so confused in my life. All right, so that's why you can't prejudge people. You just don't know what people's spending habits and what they value. All right. The second key when you're closing is you always want to show the sets first. Almost every customer is going to ask you to buy pieces. They're going to say like, "Oh, how much is just this one knife?" Right? Like I know Elizabeth, she already has a lady that wants cheese knives, right? She's like, "Oh, like did the cheese knives come in a set?" Like almost every customer is going to be like, "How much is just this one piece or these 2 pieces?" The way to respond is, "Hey, that's a great question. Let me show you all of our sets first. Then I can help you pick out any pieces that you want at the end." All right. So you always want to show the sets first, right? Because they have the best value, right? They're they come with the right tools for the right job. They're discounted. They come with free stuff and they're safer. So they just have a better value. And then you want to respect the client by showing them the best. So there's little things that you can do that kind of make people feel a type of way. Have you guys ever been into a high-end store? This is a great example, right? And most of you guys are young, so instantly, what do? They kind of dismiss you because you're like, oh, you're young. What are you doing in here? You don't have any money to buy anything in the store. That is wrong, right? You should always respect people, right? Great example is when I bought my BMW. I just came from the gym. My car was acting all weird, like my old car that I had. And I was like, all right, I'm going to the dealership. And I remember I went in sweaty, sweatpants, all this stuff, and nobody gave me any attention. Right. And I was young. I was 20, 21 when I bought it. And so nobody respected me or anything like that. So, but I was ready to buy a BMW. I had all the money. I was ready. No respect. So then I just went over to another dealership and still no respect, but there was one guy that treated me like I was a rock star. Like he made me feel so good. He respected me. He gave me confidence. And guess what? He's still my guy to this day. Right. And he got a sale and he was like, yeah, this is awesome. This it was like his like first week on the job and he was pumped. Right. So just respect people. So always show your customers the best. So like with our biggest set, still show it to them. Right. See if they want to get it. It's just like a respect thing. But if you're like skipping slides, you're like, oh, don't look at that one. Here, let me show you this. They're gonna be like, oh, does she think I can't buy that one? Why she skip that one? I want to see that, right? That's like what's going on in their mind. So always respect people. AFTO, that stands for ask for the order with confidence. So most of you guys probably have never done anything in sales before. Doesn't mean that you can't act confident, right? So back to the guy that just started at BMW. Guess what car he drives? A Honda Civic. But when we're doing my test drive, he sounded like a BMW like expert. He was like, yeah, don't you love, I love how this car like hits the corners and he feels like you're one with the road. And he painted this visual with me. And I was like, awesome. And I was like, and then I asked him, I was like, which one do you have? He was like, oh, I don't have a BMW. I have a Honda. It's in the back, right? But he still acted as if he drives a BMW. So just because you've never sold anything before doesn't mean you can't ask for the order with confidence. So when you ask them like, hey, would you like to get this today? Do it confidently. Don't do it like you're like afraid, where you're like, so like, do you want it? Right? Then they're gonna be like, I don't know, do I want it? Like your customers, they're gonna mirror you. So if you act scared and you act like you don't know what to do, they're like, I don't know, I don't know what to do either. All right. So you got to be confident. Okay, the value of sets. So the right tool for the right job is the first one. Every set has the right tool for the right job. So yesterday you guys learned about all the individual pieces, right? Like our paring knife, that's the one for the air, cutting all your air stuff like strawberries, apples, potatoes. That's a great Cutco knife. But what if your customer only bought one paring knife? Do you think they're gonna be happy with that? Yeah, they're gonna be pumped. They're gonna be like, oh man, I just got some Cutco. I'm pumped. However, that's the paring knife, the smallest one, only made for stuff in the air. What happens when they need to cut up something large? Like they're like, oh man, I need to chop up this rotisserie chicken. Guess what they're gonna pull out? That little paring knife, right? And they're gonna try to cut with it. Here's the thing, you guys, just from yesterday's training, you guys already know more about knives than like 90% of the people in the world. All right. So when you guys do your appointments, you guys are the expert. Act as if you're the expert. Right. So when they have that paring knife, since it's the best knife in their entire kitchen, guess what they're going to try to use it for? Everything. They're going to try to use that thing for everything, whether it's a big watermelon. The reason why I know is I had a customer, she calls me, she's like, John, this Cutco knife isn't as good as you said it was. And I was like, what? What do you mean? She's like, I was trying to cut a cantaloupe. And I was like, wait. You try to cut a cantaloupe with a paring knife? She's like, yeah, you said it was like really sharp and they're great. I'm like, yeah, but that one's only for stuff in the air. For a cantaloupe, you need a petite carver. And she was like, oh, there's different uses, right? So a lot of people don't know. So if they just get one knife, they're gonna try to use it for everything, right? Same thing with like our big butcher knife, right? That like big one that you guys saw, the heavy duty one. They get that, you're gonna see them trying to chop up like little like garlic and stuff with that big thing, and it just doesn't, it's not right. All right, so help them off with a set. Do you guys like sales, discounts, specials? Yeah, we all like it, right? So they're cheaper. You get to save 10 to 20% purchasing a set. So all of our sets have a pre-packaged discount. All right, like if you pieced out our homemaker plus 8 set individually, comes out to almost $1,800. All right, so that's how much it is if you split it up individually pieced. But when they buy it as a set, they save about 20%. Free stuff. I love free stuff. I always say if it's free, it's for me. All right, customers love free stuff. Hook up people with free stuff. So all of our sets come with a free cutting board. Some sets come with a free cutting board and a free sharpener. Some sets come with a free cutting board, a free sharpener, and we can give them some extra things for free, like our super shears or the entertainer pack. So your customers are getting more bang for their buck. They're getting more value. All right, you see how that works? And then they're safer. So one thing I didn't want to be known as is the rep where all my customers got all cut up, and I didn't want to be the rep that was responsible for their kid reaching into a drawer and accidentally cutting their finger. So I always wanted to make sure customers started off with a set just because it's a little bit safer, especially when you have a large family, because everything's stored properly. So we have blocks, and then we also have trays as well. If people don't like stuff on their counters, we have like these safety trays that are child-proof. So so we have options. Okay. So again, it doesn't matter what set your customers get started off with, as long as they get started off with a set. All right. So we're going to talk a little bit more about value. So yesterday I talked about Drew Frank. He's like the GOAT of Cutco. So I'm going to have him. He's going to talk about building value and our competitors. So do you guys think it's important to know about the competition? Yeah, right. You got to know what else is out there, because you can't just do an appointment, right? Like I don't want Eduardo just doing an appointment saying, hey, your knives suck, like just get mine. No, I want him to know the differences of like the top selling brands that are out there. So that way, when he is offering like a difference, right? He's like, oh yeah, I'm very familiar with that brand. Here's why ours is a little bit better, right? Here's why ours will pay off a lot more over time. Okay. So Drew Frank's gonna take over. Now, just because I'm playing a video, I still want full engagement. All right. So act as if he's me teaching you guys right now. He's looking at you, calling your names, and so on and so forth. It's not like just movie or like, all right, cool, I'm not going to pay attention to it during this part. The reason why I'm playing this is because this is probably one of the most important parts of training, and he's the master. So I want to make sure you guys get the best training.
So far?
My favorite thing about Cutco is doing the demos, eating the food and showing the product. It's easy to sell.
Was it easier to sell than you thought it was going to be?
That's Ray.
Yeah. And did you have anybody, did everybody over the phone, did they tell you they were going to buy?
Oh, nobody ever says they're going to buy.
What did they end up doing?
Buying.
Yeah. And you sold your first 2 sets in the past couple of days also.
Yes,
so right at that first promotion. This is their second day training. Can you give one piece of advice on how to get the most out of training?
Before I continue that, in your notes, set up your notes like this. You see his whiteboard where it says Chicago, Henkels, Wusthof, and Shun. So Chicago, Henkels, Wusthof, Shun.
The rest of the first weekend?
Well, first, take notes. The notes are really going to help. And honestly, if you read the manual, you're going to get it. If you read the manual, you're going to get a sale.
We're going to go through the competitors of Cutco. We're going to talk about all the other brands out there, and we're going to show you how Cutco compares. Now, we are going to start off with one that's a junk knife. It's a really horrible, crappy, terrible knife, but we have to talk about it because it's very popular. The other ones that we're going to talk about are the 3 most popular brands in stores. So the first one we're going to talk about is called Chicago Cutlery. So I want you to grab out a fresh page of notes, and I want you to write down Chicago. Now, it's important to understand that our customers are on a homeowner's budget.
Okay.
Customers are on a homeowner's budget, and you are on a college student budget. And when you buy something for the home, it doesn't cost hundreds. It costs what? Thousands. Things for the home cost thousands. They don't cost hundreds. So it's important to understand your customer's position. And it's also important to not be surprised when you hear the prices. We're going to be talking about knife sets and our competitors. They're in the $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, even $4,000 range. Even though it's going to be surprising to you at first, realize that's just a normal everyday expense for a homeowner. For you, that's a lot of freaking money, right? But for them, it's pretty average, pretty normal, and this won't surprise them at all. Most of you just haven't shopped for these types of things before. So we're going to compare the top brands in stores. The first one's called Chicago Cutlery. Where do you think it's made? Chicago. All right. It's made in China. Chicago Cutlery is made in China. Does this look familiar to everybody? Anybody? Okay, this is a Chicago Cutlery knife, okay? There are also Chicago Cutlery knives that have metal handles. Most Chicago Cutlery knives are wooden. This is their like standard normal one. They do have some with plastic. They do have some with metal, but this is their normal one, their top of the line one. Now, every knife company has different qualities. They have low quality, medium quality, and high quality stuff. Why do different companies have different qualities? Different markets, different prices. So if somebody doesn't have a whole lot of money, they're going to go to a store and they're going to buy it based on what? Price. Okay, if they have a higher budget, they're going to get a better quality one. People buy based on price. Now, when you go to a store to buy knives, is there anyone there to educate you on the knives? No, there's nobody there explaining the differences. It's just some lady that works at, Williams-Sonoma or the department store, and she's, oh, well, this is nice, and this is nice too, right? So she doesn't really know anything about knives. Also, can you try it out before you use it? Can you pull out a cutting board and a tomato and start chopping stuff up? Do you have a 15-day trial? No. Can you put on a 5-pay? No. So when people buy knives, they buy it based on price. So every company has different qualities so they can cater to different budgets. There's low quality, medium quality, and high quality stuff. For Chicago, this is their most popular. Cutco only has one quality. Why do you think we only have one?
Okay. Hey guys, real quick, I want to introduce you guys to one more person. He's another one of our assistant managers. You got to crouch down a little bit. This is Austin Robinson. All right, so Austin Robinson, he's been with the company 8, 9?
Close to 10 years, yeah.
Yeah, so close to 10 years with the company. And so he's somebody that some of you guys will get a chance to work with this weekend as well. Austin, how much Cutco have you sold now?
I've sold close to 500,000 through selling through college. And then also part-time around a full-time work schedule.
Nice. So yeah, so he's probably one of the most decorated college students in our office. He won multiple scholarships with the company, and definitely lived the college opportunity, being able to like work, go full schedule, do other things he wants to do, travel, all that great stuff. I guess what's a big tip that you would give these guys?
Yeah, and just sharing that career sales, it's not to brag or, to I've obviously put in my time. It's just to show you guys that, someone else can do it as well. I like to say, with my high voice and skinny features, if I can sell that much Cutco and earn that much money through school, pretty much anyone can do it. So it's really just that simple belief in yourself. And right now, how Cutco is so flexible selling virtually, I think there's no better time to sell it, which is awesome. My tip to you guys would be to just have faith in that manual. It's going to be the eyes and ears you need. It's going to say everything that you want to say to your customers, to your people that you're going to approach to help you guys get sales and just get confidence in the product. But in the long run, and my favorite thing about selling Cutco and why I've been able to do it for so long is your customers will love it. They will use it every day. They'll think of you and they're using it and they're loving it. They'll pass it on to their friends and family. So it's one of those products that they'll literally have for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And so the facts are, being that how great it is, that Cutco sells itself, but you just need to kind of set them up for success in a way to make sure that they know everything about Cutco. But the more Cutco you sell and the more confidence you get back from your customers, you're only going to want to sell more and more of it, and then you're going to earn more income, and it's just going to set you guys up for a really flexible income opportunity around school and around other things.
Perfect. Perfect. Well, thank you, Austin. Good luck on your appointment. He's going to be doing some appointments right now. So I'll let you guys know what he sells. He's going to sell a lot. All right. But yeah, that's Austin. So he's also training to become a district manager like myself as well. He got a promotion this year to be able to get that opportunity. All right. So now I will continue with Drew.
One quality, it's the best. We're not going to make Cutco with plastic handles because then we would have to call it Crapco. So we only make one quality and it's the best. We'd rather somebody have one Cutco knife than a whole set of something else. Okay, so we will never sacrifice our quality for price. All right, so Chicago Cutlery, it doesn't compare to Cutco, but the reason why we talk about it is because it's popular. It's really cheap. Okay, it's one of the cheaper sets. It's the best of the worst, basically. It's the most popular junk knife, and if you're going to spend like just a little bit of money on knives, and if you don't want to spend any money, get Chicago because it's just super cheap. That's what most people think, right? So you're going to run into a lot of people in Chicago. Who here has Chicago home? Okay, it's the most popular junk knife out there. It's just like all the knives we talked about yesterday. What types of handles? Wooden handles. What do you know about wooden handles? Disgusting, gross face, right? What kind of rivets? What do you know about brass rivets? Yep. All the stuff gets inside. They pop out. What type of steel? Stainless. What do you know about stainless steel? Soft. So it's going to go what? Also, what type of edge? So what's going to happen? Does this have any guarantee? No guarantee. How long is it going to last? 2 years. 2 years. Yep. It's going to stay sharp for maybe 2 months, right? But 2 years, and then it's to replace it. So the price of the Chicago set, now I'm going to tell you the prices of the sets that compare to the Homemaker Plus 8, so the same size set. Now, our Homemaker set, it's just your basic average set of knives, right? Every company has a set that looks just like this. It's just your normal size set, 10 pieces, 8 table knives, 8 steak knives. It's just pretty standard. So the Chicago set that compares to the Homemaker Plus 8 is right around $250. Sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less, but right around $250. Now, that's really cheap for knives. Now, some of you are thinking, man, that's the cheapest stuff out there. That's the horrible stuff, and it's still $250. Yeah, it's what costs, things cost money. You pay for what you get. It's the cheap set. That's like pocket change for a set of knives, okay? $250 is really nothing for knives. Again, we're comparing to homeowners today, not to college student budgets. All right, the next brand that we're going to talk about is called Henckels. Henkels. It's called Henckels. Henckels has different qualities. They are the #1 most popular brand in stores. They are the #1 selling knife in stores. They sell about $50 million a year. Cutco is $250, right? So much bigger, but in stores, they rock. Okay, they're number one in stores. It's a really solid brand. They've been around since the 1700s, so it's very popular. Most of your customers have heard of Henkel's before. It's a really, it's a household name. Everybody's heard of it. There are different qualities, though. There's low quality, there's medium quality, and there's high quality stuff. You can go to Target or like a really, junky store, and you could buy a set of Henkel's that looks like this. Okay, this is their lowest quality. It's called Henkel's International. It's made overseas. It's not made in Germany where their top stuff is produced. It's just a really crappy set. It's got plastic handles, stainless steel. This knife is actually cheaper than Chicago. Cheaper than Chicago. It's about the same price. Why do they make crappy knives? Why do you think Henkel's, the number one brand in stores, the highest quality in stores, why do you think they make a low quality set? Budget. They want to sell, right? And they're selling the brand. This knife, though, it's just like any other crappy knife that you buy in Target or Walmart. Okay, it's just a junk knife. But some people might say, Kiana, I have Henkel's. I've got the best stuff out there. But if they have this Henkel's knife, this is like, dollar store quality. Okay, it's going to fall apart in a week. Now, how do you tell the difference between a good Henkel's knife and a bad Henkel's knife? It's the logo. Okay, the logo. What you'll notice is that on the knives, there is a logo with a little guy on it. If it has one guy, the one on the bottom has one little guy on it. I'm going to pass these around so you can see, but it has one little guy standing with a spear. If it has one guy, low quality. If it has two guys dancing together, that's high quality. One guy equals bad, two guys equals good. So if you have a customer that owns a set of two-guy Henkel's, it means that they spent over $1,000 on it. You can't buy a set of two-guy Henkel's for less than $1,000. That's like the mark for a high-quality knife. For a good quality knife is $1,000. Now, anything with one-guy Henkel's is lower than $1,000. It means it's garbage. It means it's not very good quality. It can't compare to Cutco at all. So when somebody says, I have Henkel's, but they have a one-guy Henkel's set, it's just like a Chicago knife. It's just like any other junk knife. But if they have two guys, it means they spend a lot of money on it. The only one that compares to Cutco at all, even though nobody compares to Cutco, but the only one that would compare to Cutco is called their Twin Cuisine. TWISINE. It's their Twin Cuisine model. That's their top of the line. So the Henkel's Twin Cuisine is the best. This one is made in Germany. All their other ones are made overseas in different countries, but their top of the line ones are made in Germany. It's a very, very good brand. It's really solid. It's got great materials. They have good steel. They have decent craftsmanship. It's a solid knife. The price for the Henkel set for the Twin Cuisine is right around $2,000. The list price is right around $2,300, but let's just call it $2,000 just to make it easier. So $2,000 for the Henkel's Twin Cuisine. Now, for that price, it's worth it for how long it's going to last. It's going to last about 10 years, maybe 15 if they take really good care of it. There are some differences between Henkel's and Cutco. There are some minor differences. For example, on the Henkel's brochure, it says Henkel's knives are dishwasher safe, but it's got a little asterisk next to it. And on the bottom of the brochure, next to the asterisk, it says not recommended. So they say dishwasher safe, but not recommended because it's not covered under the guarantee, and they don't trust their knives in the dishwasher, but it's dishwasher safe. All right, so there are little differences like that. There are two major differences that I want you to write down. The first major difference with Henkel's is that Henkel's knives are all straight edges. So they come with one of these. What is this? Sharpener. So they expect their customers to do what? Do you think most customers know how to sharpen their own knives? No. Even if they think they do you think they do it the right way? Or do you think they do it as often as they should? You're supposed to sharpen a straight edge knife every time you use it. It's pretty useless. It comes in their set, but they don't even recommend you use it. The Henkel's brochure says you can use the sharpening rod, but we recommend taking it to a professional what? Sharpener. Costs anywhere from $40 to $60 to sharpen a set of knives. Okay, maybe 30 if you get a good deal. But if you have to sharpen a couple times a year, it's like $100 a year to keep your knives sharp. Over 10 years, it's $1,000 just to keep your knives sharp. It's a lot of money. All high quality knives have straight edges. All of our competitors, every single one, the best stuff out there, they're all straight edges. So what happens is Mrs. Jones goes to the store and she drops $2,000 on this set of Henkel's. It's a really good knife. It's going to be sharp. It's a great knife as long as they keep it sharp. But does anybody use that sharpening stone that Isaiah is talking about? No, most of your customers don't even know what that is. They wouldn't know how to use it, and they wouldn't do it as often as they should. So most customers, they go out, they spend $2,000, they swipe their credit card. Can they put on a 5-pay? No. Can they try it out first? No. Can they return it if they don't like it? No. $2,000 dropped, and then they use it after a month or two. This knife right here, okay, this Henkel's knife, which is part of a $2,000 set, compared to this Chicago knife, they look the same, right? They cut the same too. Why? Because we don't sharpen it all the time. And if you don't sharpen this all the time, they're going to be the same effective. They're going to have the same effectiveness. So this is $200. This is $2,000. but they're going to do the same job. So what happens is most customers, they end up spending $2,000 on a Chicago knife with a Henkel's logo on it. Does that make sense? So that's the big misconception with high quality knives. The second major difference is the guarantee. Henkel's has a warranty on defects. A warranty on defects. What does that mean? What's a warranty on defects mean? If the manufacturer, if it was made incorrectly, then it'll be replaced. Do you think they ever make it incorrectly? No, it's a knife. So it's only manufacturer's defects. As long as it's made correctly, there's no guarantee. So basically, they have no guarantee. So just based on the edges alone and the guarantee, so the edges and the guarantee together, would you agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Henkel's? I would say it's 10 times as good. When something offers twice the quality and twice the value, what does it ask for in price? Twice the price. Just, yeah, you pay for what you get, right? In kitchen knives, that's what happens. All right, so that's Henkel's. The next one is called Wusthof. Wusthof is very, very, very similar to Henkel's. It's almost the same knife, the same style. They're a little bit better quality. Henkel's been around longer, so it's more popular, but Wusthof is actually a better set. It's the same thing though, because it's got different qualities. You can buy a Wusthof, like this is called the Wusthof Grand Prix. Now somebody might buy this for a couple $100 and think, I've got Wusthof, but this is just a junky knife. This is like a Chicago knife, but it's got the Wusthof name on it. But if they buy the good one, it's gonna be high quality. The good one is called the Icon Blackwood, IKON Blackwood. And that's their top of the line. That's the only one that compares to Cutco. If I didn't have Cutco, I'd get the Wusthof Icon Blackwood. It's a great set. It's going to last 10 to 15 years if they keep it in good shape. The only difference, difference is the same as Henkel's. It's got straight edges. So what do I have to do all the time? Sharpen it. It's going to go dull pretty quickly. And then it's got no guarantee. So it's the same thing as Henkel's. It's got no guarantee and straight edges. Now the Wusthof set is $3,325. Now they can get it on sale for less. I've seen some really incredible sale prices that they can get it for right at $2,000.
Did anyone know that knives
It's
could
a
cost
steal.
this
It's
much?
a really good set. Very, very high quality set. If I didn't have
Crazy,
Cutco,
right?
I definitely have Wusthof. It's an awesome, awesome knife. $3,325, $2,000 on sale. That's the Icon Blackwood. Now, the next one is called Shun. Shun, by the way, Wusthof is a German brand also. Shun is a Japanese brand. It's very, very popular. It's more expensive. It's about $4,300 for the Shun set. Same thing as Wusthof and Henkel's though. It's got straight edges and no guarantee. This is the Shun Kaji. This is the one that's compared to the Cutco set. Doesn't it look like the Homemaker? All right, it's got the, this one only has 6 table knives, but ours has 8. Either way, it's about the same size set. It's $4,085 on sale for $2,700. This is the Wusthof Gourmet. The Wusthof Gourmet has stainless steel handles and plastic handles. It's not very good. It's still $1,000. Why? Because they're selling the name. Based on just the guarantees alone, would you agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Henkel's? Yeah. So when something offers twice the quality, twice the value, you're talking twice the price. So we're going to base it off of the, we're actually going to base it off of the Wusthof set off the sale price though. Twice the quality, twice the value, you're talking twice the price. That's $39.99 for a comparable set of Cutco to that Wusthof set. Logically, does that make sense? Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about high quality. Because when I first started, I was like, holy moly, it's a lot of money. I just didn't get it. Like if you gave me $4,000, I'd roll around naked in $4,000. I mean, like I wouldn't buy kitchen knives. I would go and spend it on anything else, right? Because I was 18, I was in the market. So it's important to put yourself in your customer's shoes. Now, which one's the most expensive one up here? Think outside the box. Which one's the most expensive? Okay, Chicago's the most expensive. Why? Replace. If you have to replace it every 2 years, over 40 years, it's 20 replacements. 250 times 20 is $5,000. Now you're gonna have to spend a couple, you're gonna have to replace your Henkel's and your Wusthof a couple times too. Essentially, it's gonna come out to the same. If you buy cheap knives or if you buy good quality knives, they cost the same amount over time. At first, the cheap knives are cheaper, right? So that's why people get into that habit, but it's just gonna add up. Has anybody ever had that before where you buy something like over and over and over again and eventually you're like, man, this is getting expensive, right? So that's what happens with cheap knives. It's just as easy to sell your customers a set of Cutco if they have Chicago or if they have 2-guy Henkel's or Wusthof. When people have high quality knives, they get it. They understand it. They appreciate the value. And if they've spent the money before, will they spend the money again? Yeah, absolutely. So it's really easy. Actually, my best customers were the ones that had Shun and Wusthof and Henkel's because they already understood it. So I didn't have to sell them on value. They just got it. And they're like, well, Cutco's better. I might as well get that. Okay. Or they can, the people that have Chicago and junky knives, they have crappy knives and they don't want to, buy their knives over and over and over again. So it's really easy to sell somebody, whether they have a good set or a low quality set. You can't get a good set of knives for under $1,000. 1,000 is good. 2,000 is great. 3,000 plus is the best. That's just how knives work. It's just, and again, as Yusuf said, your customers aren't going to be surprised. I want you to think about this though, because the cheap knives, let's say you buy a cheap knife from Walmart, like a $20 cheap knife from Walmart. Who's got the cheap $20 Walmart knives at home? Okay. Now, do you just have one knife? No. How many do you have? You have a whole drawer full of them. So I want you to go home. And when you go home today, I want you to look at all those cheap knives. And every time you look at a knife, I want you to point to it and I want you to say 20. Because that cheap $20 Walmart knife, 20, that drawer is probably $400 or $500 worth of cheap Walmart knives. And they have to keep on getting recycled and replaced every couple of years. So every couple of years, you're recycling that. It's like $500 every couple of years. Does that make sense? So even your customers that are on super low budget, even your brokest of broke customers, they have a drawer full of $500 worth of crap. So can everybody afford good quality knives? Yeah, it's just a matter of perspective. That's what the point of your demo is, to show them and help them understand the importance of buying good quality knives. So every time you see a junk knife, 20, it adds up pretty quickly. So just keep that in mind. It pays to get high quality stuff because it's safer and it's more efficient. Let's compare Cutco to Henckels. Henckels has good handles. They have good handles. Cutco has thermoresin handles. Is it more expensive to use thermoresin? Yeah. Why is it worth it? Dishwasher safe and durable. Okay. How about the wedge lock design? Is it more expensive to have wedge lock design? Why is it worth it though? It's safer, more comfortable. Exactly. How about the steel? Henckels has good steel. Their steel, the grade of steel is 420A. Does anyone remember what the grade of Cutco is? So it's one grade higher. They have good steel. We have great steel. Is it more expensive to have great steel? Yeah. Why is it worth it? Lasts longer. Exactly. It's durable. It looks shiny and nice and new. Like this is shiny, sort of. This is really shiny. They have straight edges. Cutco has double D edge. The double D edge, you remember from the video from your interview where it had the granite spinning wheels that were cutting the double D edge into the knife? The granite spinning wheel has crushed diamonds in it. Each wheel costs $9,000. They have, I don't even know how many wheels they have, obviously, for all the different stations where they're putting on handmade double D edges onto the knives. It's a lot of money just to put the double D edge on. Is it worth it? Yeah. Forever guarantee. Is it more expensive? Yeah. Why is it worth it? Better quality, and it's going to last what? Forever. You never have to buy knives ever again. So it costs a lot more to make a Cutco knife. So naturally more expensive, but it's worth it to the customer because they never buy knives ever again in their entire life. So very, very important to understand that. Also, there are 31 steps in the manufacturing process for Cutco. Most knife companies have less than half of that many steps. It takes 2 full weeks to make a Cutco knife. Now, we have a lot in stock. Don't worry, they get it quicker. But it takes 2 full weeks for a Cutco knife to be made. We take so much pride and so much care in making our product. It's American made. Is that more expensive? Yeah, because it's made American factory workers a lot of money. The average factory worker in the Cutco factory has been there for over 20 years. It's a long time. A lot of experience. It's handmade. It's handmade. It's the best quality in the world. So it's more expensive. Is it okay to pay more for good quality products? Yeah. Has anybody ever spent a lot of money on something that you really appreciated, and every time you looked at it, wore it, felt it, used it, whatever, you really thanked yourself over and over? Has anybody ever bought something really cheap and then you regretted it like a day later or right after you bought it? Yeah. So it pays to get good stuff. Now, you're in a different market than your customers. You got to put price in perspective. When you're in elementary school and like mom gives you $5 or grandma gives you $5, when you're in elementary school, like you are set, you are loaded, like you are the man, you're the woman. If you got $5 in elementary school, you're living large. Would you agree? Yeah. Now, once you get to junior high, $5 isn't going to cut it anymore. How much do you need in junior high? $20. But if you have $20 in junior high, you got the movies, you got some Chick-fil-A, like you are the cool guy or the cool girl if you have $20 in junior high. Now, $20 isn't going to cut it in high school. When you're in high school, how much do you need to have? $100. But if you have a Benjamin in high school, like you're the guy or girl that everybody wants to hang out with. Go on a nice date, go to the movie, get a good dinner, right? You got $100. Now, you get to freshman year in college, $100 isn't lasting very long, okay? But if you had $1,000 when you're a freshman in college, you're looking pretty good. You're pretty set, okay? Now you get out of college, $1,000 isn't even going to pay for the security deposit on your apartment, right? $1,000 is nothing after college. Okay. And then a couple of years out of college, let's say you buy your first house. Do you know how much the average person puts down as a deposit on a home? $15,000. Well, what percent? 20%. 20% is pretty standard. Let's say your brokest of broke customers, which you're not showing your brokest of broke customers Cutco, right? But let's say the brokest of broke people that have a $100,000 house, how much do they put down on the house? It's $20,000. Even if they just put 10%, they put $10,000 down. Everybody has money to spend, you spend it on different things. So people that you don't think have a lot of money, if they're able to put $10,000 or $20,000 on a really, cheap $100,000 house, of course they have money. So as you're saying, does this surprise them? No. If they can throw down 10 grand on deposit on a house, how about your customers that live in a $500,000 house? How much are they putting down? Okay, 20% would be, well, on a $500,000 house, it would be 100 grand. Okay, 10% would be 50 grand. So if your customers are able to put down $50,000 to $100,000 on a deposit on a $500,000 house, is this a lot of money? No. You just have to put it in perspective. To you, it's a lot of money. To them, no big deal. It's just a normal expense. Okay. How about your customers live in the $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 house, the $1 million houses? That's like, seat cushion change, honestly. And I'm not trying to like downplay it, because yes, it costs money. And this is not like a little bit of money. It's expensive, right? But to a homeowner, not a big deal, right? A good set of kitchen knives to a homeowner, no big deal. That's why we sell sets all the time. So realize you have to put yourself in your customer's shoes and put it in perspective. Does anybody's family shop at Costco? Okay. When you go to Costco and you fill up the cart, it's $500. You can't leave Costco with spending less than $500, right? It's just $500. Now, when mom goes to Costco and it says $500 in the register and the lady says $500, please, does your mom say, oh my gosh, $500? No, she says, okay, here you go. Gives the card, swipe, good to go, rest of the day. And then she probably goes to another store and goes and gets some more stuff somewhere else. All right. $500 is not a big deal to a homeowner. Just swipe, and they do that on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. It's not a lot of money. Okay. That's actually very, very little money for a homeowner. Now to you, it's a lot of money. If I gave you $500, you'd be like, man, I'm set. I'm taking off for the next couple of weeks, right? But for a homeowner, $500 is nothing. All right, let's talk about what you spend your money on, because the things that you spend your money on, your customers think that you're crazy. Like mom and dad, they think you're absolutely insane. The things that they spend their money on, you think that they're absolutely insane. So I want to help you put yourself in perspective. I want you to think about something that you've spent a lot of money on. I want you to write this down.
So I want you guys to do this.
A boatload of money.
Write down a couple things.
A boatload of money. Your money. And I don't want sales. I don't want good deals. I want what you spent your money on, just an obscene amount of money. What's the one thing that you own that you really love that mom and dad thought you were crazy, that they gave you so much crap for, that they were so irritated, so pissed? Maybe it's the pair of shoes, maybe it's the leather jacket, maybe it's the purse, maybe it's the prom dress, maybe it's the sunglasses, the iPhone. What is it that you spent a lot of money on that your parents thought you were crazy? Or what do you spend over and over and over repetitively that adds up to a lot of money? Or what's one thing that you bought that you thought was really cool, you really appreciated because you were in the market for, but mom and dad thought you were nuts? Okay, I want you to write that down. I want you to think about those things, and I want you to write those down. If you have multiple, I want you to write those down too. Who's got one thing you spent a ton of money on that mom freaked out over? Damien?
An Alienware computer for 28.
Alienware computer, and that's for gaming, right? Okay, so you're into gaming, and who's not into gaming here? Who thinks $2,800 is a lot of money for a laptop? Who likes gaming? Who's really into that? Who think that's pretty awesome? Same hands, right? Since you're in the market for it, you think that's awesome. You're kind of jealous. Everybody else, you think he's a freak. Does that make sense? Good. And mom thought you were crazy. But every time you use it, you're fired up. You love it. Okay, good. Give me an example. Okay, $800 on an iPhone. Now, to you, it's important. Now, who freaked out?
My dad.
Dad freaked out. He doesn't get it. He still uses the flip phone. He just doesn't understand the importance of having a cool iPhone. You guys get that? Different market. Who's got another example? $700 on turntables. Now, who else is a DJ in here? Anybody else DJ? So, Jackson, that's pretty cool, right? You're like, yeah, that's awesome. Who doesn't DJ? Who thinks it's a lot of money? Same hands, right? It's all about the market. It's all about perspective. Everyone you spend your money on.
My hair, yes.
Okay, how much on your hair?
I get at least 200 pairs
How often?
every 2 months.
2 months, $200 to $300. So that is what, like $1,200, $1,500 a year? About $1,500 a year on her hair. Now, ladies, you can appreciate that. Guys, you think that's insane. It's all about perspective. It's all about market. Are we getting this? Who's got a really sweet pair of shades? Who spent over $100 on a pair of sunglasses before? Whose mom thought you were crazy, right? Because mom doesn't get it. She says, go like this, right? She doesn't get it, but to you, it looks cool. Anybody have a gaming system? Spend a couple $100 on a gaming system and then all the games, right? And all the games. And mom and dad think you're crazy. They say, just play the old Nintendo, but they don't get it. It's 20 years old, doesn't even plug in. You've got to blow in the game to make it work, okay? They don't get it. But for you, it's important, all right? Any athletes in here? How about cleats and sports equipment? It's really expensive. How many of you at least once a week go to either Starbucks, Jimmy John's, Subway, Chipotle, Chick-fil-A, anything like that? At least once a week. How many of you twice a week? 3 times a week? 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, 7 times? Okay, it's $10 average, right? Let's say the average person in here goes to one of those places 5 times a week. That's $50 a week. That's $200 a month. You're spending $200 a month on sandwiches and coffee.
You realize that you can buy a Galley Plus 6 every 5 months. You're not even gainfully employed. You just have this magical, mysterious money that just falls into your bank account, and you can afford a Galley Plus 6 every 5 months. You're showing homeowners they work full time and they have a job. You can afford this stuff with the money you spend on sandwiches.
Your customers are in a different position than you are. I want you to realize that all of these things, does everyone have at least one thing written down that you spend a boatload and obscene amount of money on? Okay. But realize that you weren't working full time. You were in school. You bought that stuff with birthday money and allowance, right? All those things you bought growing up and in high school, and a lot of you in college, you bought that on birthday money, allowance, and graduation money. You didn't even have a job. So you think people are crazy because they spend a couple $1,000s on high quality kitchen items that they're going to use every single day? And you bought those things and you're jobless. Does that help put something in perspective a little bit? You're crazy. They're not the crazy ones. You're insane. How do you spend $500 if you have no money? Everybody has money to spend. People just spend on different things. And we got Danny Perez, your fast start. Do you remember how many demos you did?
I did like 26 or something like that. Again, when I first started, I was one of those people who was like, cool, I get base pay. This is awesome. Like I had no intent of doing this as a career. I was just like, I know a lot of people. I can get free money. This is cool. And sold like, I think 8,500.
8,526. That was like 2 or 3 demos a day. If you could go back and do it all over again, what would you do differently?
Work.
Yeah.
Just work and see good people.
What are you at in sales now?
Like right under 600,000.
Should he say that again? 600,000. Okay. What's your biggest sales year ever?
Last year I did 157.
157. This year, what are you going for?
225. I want to get my Rolex so I can have nice watches like you guys.
Thank you. And this is Curtis JQs. Curtis is right under the $3 million sales mark. He is arguably the best rep in the history of the company. For somebody at $600,000 in sales to say, hey, I'm flying to Denver to learn from Curtis, it's a big deal. And Curtis is the best in our office. He's the best ever. What do you like most about Cutco?
Everything.
Easy to sell?
Oh, very easy. What do I love about Cutco, the product?
Yeah.
It's American made, it's guaranteed, it lasts forever, and everybody buys it.
Yeah. And what do you like most about Vector?
Everything. The people, the travel, the money.
Where have you traveled for free on the company?
I've been to Ireland, I've been to Canada, I've been to Mexico a bazillion times, Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Honduras, the Caribbean, the Bahamas, Jamaica, anywhere you imagine. Yeah, Hawaii.
And you got off to an excellent start. You sold 86 whole dollars in your first weekend. Why did you get off to such a slow start?
Because I thought I knew everything.
What did you do wrong?
I didn't follow the manual and I didn't listen to anything anyone told me to do.
And then once you started following the manual and listening to your manager, what started happening?
I started selling knives.
Yeah. And what's your biggest sales week ever?
32,000.
In 1 week? What percentage were you at?
That was in 3 days.
In 3 days? And what percent were you at?
Half.
At 50%. That's not a bad weekend. And can you give some advice that first weekend they're going to be making their calls tonight?
Advice: stay positive, be excited.
This guy sold
Every person
$1 million
that's
last
money in your
year
pocket.
by himself.
Just stay positive and focused for your appointments. Because the better you are now, the better you'll be later on. Which I wish I could have redone.
Yeah. If you did your fast start all over again, what would you do differently?
Everything.
All right, let's give Curtis a round of applause. All right. I want to talk about things in the house and what customers spend their money on. Anybody ever jump on the bed when you were a kid? Mom and dad say, don't jump on the bed because you're going to hit your what? Do they care about your head? What do they care about? The bed. Do you know how much the average bed costs? Like you can go budget on anything, but do you know how much a bed costs these days? $2,000-$3,000 minimum. Who's got a family member with a super nice one that like every time you go home, you just kind of put your head down on mom and dad's bed. You're like, I'm just going to take a little nap, right? So that one's like $5,000-$6,000. You can get the sleep numbers for like 7 or 8. How about the coffee table? Coffee table is a piece of wood. It's got 4 legs. You put stuff on it, right? Would you agree? $1,000 minimum. Usually $1,500 to $2,000 for a good quality coffee table. Do most of your families, do most of your customers have a quality coffee table? Yes. Why? Because you need it for the house. You're not a homeowner. Things for the house don't cost hundreds. They cost what? Thousands. How about the dining room table? Do you know how much an average dining room table is? Now you can go budget, but how much for a good dining room table these days? It's like Walmart collection. Here's the thing. Your customers, they might go to Walmart to like get groceries and stuff, but nobody's furnishing their house with the Walmart collection. Can you agree with that? Nobody's furnishing with the Walmart collection. A dining room table, $5,000 average. $3,000 minimum. Who's got a super fancy one at home? Who's got a family member, a relative with like just one of those huge dining room tables with like really fancy like carvings and moldings? Okay, $15,000. Go home and ask your parents how much they spend on the dining room table. It's going to blow your mind. You're going to say, this is why I have to pay for my own college education because of this. It's in the room that you're not allowed to even go in. It's in the no touch room. You're not allowed to even go in there. It's all vacuumed the same way. And that room that you're not allowed in ever, you're not allowed to even look at it, right? Don't look at that room. You're not allowed in there, right? That room, it's like $100,000 for that room. And you don't even use it. It's making sense. How about kitchen knives? They use every day. Cutco never have to replace. Buy once. All right. How about the kitchen? Cutco's in the kitchen. New fridge. How much for a good quality fridge these days? About $3,000 for a good one. $4,000 or $5,000 for the best. You can get the Sub-Zeros for like $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. Who's got a super fancy one with the French doors and the pull out? Who's got those at home? Okay. $4,000 or $5,000 easy. Easy. You put food in it, stays cold. $4,000 or $5,000. Okay. How about granite countertops? Who's got granite? Who knows? Who has some customers on your list of granite countertops? Every single one of you. Probably half your list or 3/4 of your list. Granite countertops, depending on the type of granite, anywhere from $15,000 to $50,000, depending on the type of granite. Do people have it? Yeah. Why? Because they appreciate the things in their house. Things for the house don't cost hundreds. They cost what? Anybody ever redo a kitchen? Anybody ever remodel a kitchen? $50,000 to $100,000 minimum. Anybody have oak cabinets they've ever redone? Or ever do oak cabinets? 10, 15 grand for oak cabinet. Hardwood flooring, $10,000, $15,000 per room. Okay? It's not cheap. Anybody ever redo floors in the house? It's a big expense. This is like pocket change compared to that. Literally pocket change. Okay? So the idea is to think about it as an investment. Now, I've got a tank of gas. Logan, this is for you. Tank of gas, $39.99. You want it? It's forever guaranteed. You never have to buy it ever again in your entire life. You would buy it? If I gave you until midnight tonight, would you come up with it? Would you find a way? Who else would find a way? $4,000 for tank gas, forever guaranteed. You never buy it again. Why? It's worth it. It's a lot of money up front, but it pays itself off over time. That's the philosophy for Cutco. We'd rather explain the price once than apologize for poor quality over and over and over again. I want to talk about closing. Closing is the process of making the sale, sealing the deal, asking for the order, smiling and nodding your head. Smile and nod. That's closing. It's very laid back. Now, we don't have to be in their face high pressure because we have the best product in the world. It's very laid back, very simple. When we close, we start with the Homemaker Plus 8. Why do we start with the Homemaker Plus 8? Best value for the average family. It's for customers who cook 2 to 3 times a week for family dinners. If they're cooking every day, they need something bigger. The Homemaker is way too small. It's just for the average family. Who knows somebody who cooks a lot more? Okay, they're going to need the bigger stuff. But the Homemaker is the basic set for the average family. Now, we show everyone no matter what, even if we don't think they're going to buy it. Why do we do that? So they can see it. Do you ever know what somebody's spending habits are? Who knows somebody who's like a jeans and t-shirts person but has more money than God? You would never know, right? Who knows somebody that doesn't have a big house, but they have a super fancy car? Who knows somebody that doesn't have a fancy house or a car, but they go on vacation like every weekend? You never know what somebody's spending habits are. So you have to show everyone because you never know. Your most unlikely customers will be your biggest sales. They will surprise the heck out of you. Would you agree that Cutco brings the family together? Who here has an uncle or a family member that doesn't live lavishly, but every time there's a family event, they throw down like big barbecues and family events and family reunions, stuff like that? Those are the people who buy the signature sets and ultimate sets. Any excuse they have to bring the family together, they're going to spend a lot of money. They won't spend it on themselves.
Does anybody
Cutco
know
is a family purchase.
Know a family
So
that
those
always likes to
customers
get
that
together and do
barbecues
big
all those big events,
cookouts,
they're going to
barbecues,
buy the
stuff
big
like
sets. They
that?
will surprise the heck out of you. The second
Those
reason why you
people
have to
love
show everyone the
Cutco.
Homemaker no matter what is because you have to show value. If Dylan's customers just picked out individual pieces and you said, okay, here are these 3 pieces.
So I would
here's the
definitely be
price,
writing this
there's
down,
nothing-
what's
there's
on
no
the side.
perspective. If you go and shop for a car, like for a BMW, they're going to show you the 7 Series first and then the 5, then the 3. They're not going to just show you the 3 first because there's no comparison. So you have to start high and then what we call drop down. So in sales, it's a process called dropping down. You start from the higher price and then you go to the lower price. It's called dropping down. So they have to see all the options to understand. Also, if Ryan shows the homemaker and then the customer ends up just buying 2 pieces, if he goes straight from the homemaker to those 2 pieces, it's too big of a gap. Too big of a gap, they're going to lose it. They won't understand the value, and it's not going to turn out well. But if they go one step at a time, baby steps, then it makes sense to the customer and they can see the value. The third reason is that you have to respect your customers. If you don't ask your customer to buy, so let's say Kristen is sitting in her customer's house and she shows them the homemaker, but she doesn't ask confidently. If she says, so do you think that you want to get it? It's clearly telling them that she doesn't think they have enough what? Money. And that's disrespectful. You've got to ask confidently. Has anybody ever been to a store and the salesperson ignored you? You ever been there? Okay. Doesn't feel good, does it? Have you ever been to a store when you knew that you couldn't even afford the rack that the clothes or the hanger that the clothes were sitting on, but somebody asked you if you needed help and it made you feel good, right? You ever do that, ladies? You go into a really expensive store just to look around. Somebody asks you if you want help. You're like, no, I'm just looking. I'm just browsing. Okay, but it feels good because it's a sign of respect. You have to ask your customers every single time, no matter what, to buy the Homemaker Plus 8. And you have to ask with confidence and expect them to say yes, because otherwise it's disrespectful. If they say no, no big deal. No big deal. You're not gonna be like, oh man, dumb. No, you say, okay, no big deal. Let me show you the next set. And then we just drop down. Okay, we go to the next set. Now, 18,000 people bought the galley set last year. That means 18,000 people said no to the homemaker. Do you think the rep freaked out, like tucked and rolled out the front door? No, they said, no big deal. Let me show you the next one. Okay, and they showed the galley set, and 18,000 people said yes. It's only missing 3 pieces. It's like the same set. It's awesome. 18,000 people bought it. So you just have to be confident and you just drop down. Say, hey, would you like to go and get that today? Smile. It's very laid back. It's not like you're going to get it, right? So yeah, it's just super laid back, super easy. Here's the thing. And Cutco is such a great value that if they get it, they're going to get it. If not, you just drop down, you find what is in their budget. But we do this process called dropping down. That way some people will get the stuff at the top, some people get the smaller sets, and some people get individual pieces. Whatever their comfort level is, by the time you get there, they say yes, you write up the order, you high five, you hug it out, right? So it's very, very easy process. Does the Mercedes dealer drive a Mercedes? No, he drives the beat up piece of junk in the back. But he talks to his customers as if he drives a what? You have to talk to customers at their own level. If you say, do you want to go ahead and get this set today? Right? And you ask if you're constipated and you ask, it's not gonna work. Now, if a Mercedes dealer said to his customer, if Connor's trying to buy a Mercedes and I'm selling him one, I'm not gonna be like, it's like $65,000. No, they just say, hey, it's 65. How does that sound? Make sense? So you have to ask with confidence. All right. When they say no, no big deal. No's are actually good because if they say no, then it gives you an opportunity to just go down to the next set, right? Not everyone's going to buy the homemaker. A lot of people do, but when they say no, it's a good thing. Every no leads to a yes. No's are actually positives. How many out of 10 buy Cutco? 7. In our office, 7. 6 is company average. How many out of 10 do you think buy the homemaker set?
4.
1. On average, 1 out of 10. In our office, a little bit more. Our top reps, way more. But Courtney Cochran, first 5 appointments, 5 homemaker sales. Matt Queen, 5 out of his first 6 appointments, homemaker sales. Now, why do you think top reps sell more? Confident, experience, and more appointments. The more appointments you do, the more opportunities you have, and the more you learn also. So you get better more quickly. Also, passion for the product. If you love Cutco, right now, Sean's parents own a homemaker set. So do you think he's pretty passionate about Cutco? So it's going to be pretty easy for Sean to sell a lot of Cutco because he's going to say, this is what my mom has. So I think you should get it too. And it's because it's normal for him, right? So confidence, passion for the product, and of course, experience. So top reps, it's like 2 or 3 out of 10, average is 1. That means that 9 out of 10 people are going to say no. They're not saying no to you. They're just saying no to the product. They're not saying no to Cutco in general. They're just saying no to that one set, right? Because 18,000 people said no, and then they quickly said yes to the galley set. All right. Number 1 reason why customers love sets is because they have the right tool for the right job. Any set has the right tool for the right job, right? The big sets do, so the small sets just depends on what they're going to use, right? But all the sets.
All right, cool. So we already covered that right before the video. All right. So hopefully you guys got some really great notes about that. The main thing I wanted for you guys to kind of understand are customer spending habits, right? Because most of you guys don't have a house and family and kids yet. Some of you guys might, but most of you guys don't. So it's when you're working with customers, it's easy to think like a college student. All right. So that's what I don't want you guys to do. Make sure you're not thinking like a college student on a college budget, right? Because for a college student, spending $3,000 on a set of knives, that probably doesn't make a lot of sense right now, right? But when you're a homeowner that has a big family that cooks every single day and entertains, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. So let's go ahead and continue from where we left off right here. So we're going to go into the manual. So if you guys can go ahead and pull up your manual, myvectordemo.com. So myvectordemo, I'll type that in the chat box again, if you don't have it, myvectordemo.com. And then we're going to go to page 8. Okay, so page 8 in your manual. On my screen, I'm going to be split screen. So this way we can go through the customer site as well as our manual. Give me one sec. All right, cool. Can you guys see both screens or do you only see one? Can someone help me out with that? You only see one screen? All right, let me try sharing it like this. How about now? All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna go to page 8. This is where we left off yesterday in the manual. And then set options is where we would go to. And then once I kind of read through the manual part, then we're gonna go full screen on the customer site. So just make sure you guys are following along in your manuals. So Mrs. Jones, let me review why so many people choose to invest in Cutco. You always have sharp American made knives that are comfortable, safe, and sanitary. Cutco is guaranteed to last forever, so it'd be the last set of knives that you would ever buy. And Cutco saves a lot of money. Most customers who buy Cutco, they eat out less. So that saves them $60 a month. That's $720 saved this year. Over 25 years, you'll save $18,000. Now, there are several reasons why so many customers choose sets. Cutco sets have the right tool for the right job. Cutco sets have a built-in discount, so it's cheaper. Sets come with a free cutting board and other free stuff. Sets are also much safer because they come in a block or a tray. And we have interest-free monthly investment options, so you don't have to pay for it all at once. Okay, Mrs. Jones, now we're going to exit from the full screen here and hit the escape button. Then you're going to go down to the next slide, which is called set options. All right, so selecting the best option, that's where I'm under. Let's go to the first slide where you're going to see a Wusthof and Shun set. All right, so you're going to see a Wusthof and Shun set like so. Now, this is what Drew Frank was just talking about when he was going over Wusthof, Shun, and Henckels. So this is kind of like the price comparison. We just kind of took the two most popular sets that are sold in stores. We just took those ones and just put them into the slide. So that way we can educate the customers about high quality knives. So when it comes to high quality kitchen cutlery, it's like anything else. There's a wide variety of quality and prices. Cutco is top rated, so we only compare it to the highest quality brands. Now I have a price comparison for our top competitors, Wusthof and Shun. Have you ever heard of those before? Pause, let your customer answer. Okay, these are high quality sets that are made overseas. Two of the top selling brands in stores. Each brand has different types of sets, which range in price. Wusthof is the most popular. The price of this for this Wusthof set is $3,435. Sometimes you can find it on sale for $2,000. Now, there are some major differences between these brands and Cutco. Wusthof has mostly straight edges, so they need to be sharpened, which is a hassle. They are not recommended for the dishwasher, and the warranty is on manufacturing defects only. In comparison, Cutco has a unique wedge lock handle, our exclusive Double D Stay Sharp Edge, and we have our 4-part forever guarantee, including our free sharpening. Now, Cutco owners will tell you that it's 10 times better than any knives that they've ever used. And just considering the guarantee and the unique features, most people would agree that Cutco is at least twice as good as Wusthof. Now, when something offers twice the quality and value and lasts forever, you'd expect it to be at least twice the price. Now, at twice the price, you're talking over $4,000 for a set of Cutco. All right, so now we're going to go to the next slide, which is our homemaker sets. All right. So as I said earlier, our Homemaker Plus 8 is our most popular set. It's perfect for families that cook 2 to 4 times a week. It has the 10 basic tools I explained earlier, 8 table knives, the wood block, and a sharpener for straight edges. We also have our Homemaker set without the table knives. Now, if you're considering a set of Cutco, would you prefer the sets with the table knives? So just to be clear, this is our basic Homemaker, the white one right here. This has no table knives on the bottom. The Homemaker Plus 8, this has 8 table knives on the bottom. So there's 2 different Homemaker options. All right, so you ask the customers, do they want the table knives? Most people say yes, especially after you see it just slice through that leather so smooth. They're gonna say yes. All right, so most people say yes to the table knives. Okay, now the great thing is it doesn't cost $4,000. So in the chat box real quick, how much do you guys think our most popular set costs, the Homemaker Plus 8? Share with me in the chat box. Someone said 5,000, 500, 3,000. See 1,000, 1,500, another 4,000, right? I kind of give it away. So it's not 4,000. Do you think it's higher or lower? All right, looks like most of you guys are saying 3K or higher. 10,000? Yeah, it should be. Right? I think it's worth it for sure. All right, cool. So the price of our Homemaker set. So the great thing is it doesn't cost $4,000. In fact, it doesn't even cost as much as Wustaf's price of $3,435. The Homemaker Plus 8 set is only $1,326. So now let me pause really quick. So here's where you guys can find your prices. I also got this question asked a couple times last night. I was like, hey, are you going to let us know the prices or how do we fill them in? See this right here where it says page 9 in the gaming world? This is called an Easter egg. See, I'm working on my gaming lingo. All right, so click on page 9 right here, and it's going to refresh the page and it's going to plug in all the prices. Okay, so if you click on page 9, it'll plug in all the prices. So the Homemaker Plus 8 set is only $1,326, paid in full, which includes shipping, but most of our customers take advantage of our 5-month interest-free easy pay option, which is only $289 today, and that includes tax. All right, now you see in the parentheses, it says have your customers write down the investment options. Don't read that. You'll sound weird, okay? But this is what you want to ideally have your customers have like a notebook or a pen handy. So this way they can take notes throughout the presentation. And you'll see like the people that are really interested, they're writing down a lot of things. So you want them to write this down, $1,326 paid in full or $289 per month on our 5-month option. All right, now we're gonna skip down right here where it says buy now bonus. So we have a bonus where if you buy it now, I can actually give you the entertainer pack, which you see right here on the top right, or the super shears for free. Now, Mrs. Jones, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, would you like to try out the Homemaker set today and get your free gifts? Again, do not read what's in the parentheses. So that would sound awkward, right? Be completely quiet and wait for an answer. All right, don't say that to your customers. All right, but this is what you're supposed to do. So now you just wait for their answer. All right, and smile. So let me pause for a second. Let's come back up a little bit. So 1326. Yeah, I know most of you guys thought that was going to be a lot more. All right, some of you guys guessed a little bit less, but the reason why you thought it was going to be more is what were we doing this whole time? When Drew Frank was talking, what was he doing that whole time? He was building up the value, right? So he's building up the value of it. So that's why it's important to follow the manual, because the manual is actually designed to build value. Many of your customers, they're going to think the same thing. They're going to think like, oh, this has to be at least like $3,000, $4,000, right? And then when you give them the price, it's only $1,326, and they're like, oh, that's it, right? Remember what I said earlier? If the value is greater than the price, that equals a sale. All right, so that's why it's important to make sure you follow the manual. All right, now I want you guys to also notice how I quoted the prices. You notice when I talked about Wusthof and Shun, I said $4,000, $3,435, but our homemaker set's only $1,326. Don't say it's $1,326. That just sounds more expensive. All right, so make it sound simple. It's only $1,326. All right, same thing when I say $289, not $289. All right, there's some type of psychology thing. When you say a lot of words, people just automatically think bigger, right? They think it's like more, it's more expensive because you're talking a lot. Make it simple, 1326 or 289. All right, now in the parentheses as well, there's the price for the basic homemaker set. That one's 1049 or 229 per month. So depending on what your customer answers, like do they want table knives or not, that's what price you're gonna give them. So if they said they didn't want table knives, you wouldn't say 1326. You would plug in the 1049 right there. Okay. All right, now the buy now bonus, don't read that where it says buy now bonus. You're just gonna continue where it says we have a bonus where if you buy now, I can give you the entertainer pack or the super shears for free. So the reason why we call it a buy now bonus is they need to buy it now, right? Like if they get it today, we're gonna hook them up with some free stuff. So I think that's super sweet because they're already getting free cutting board, free sharpener with this set. And we're gonna add on like an extra like $150 to $200 worth of free stuff right there. All right, so that's what's really cool. So that gets a lot of, and you know how some of you guys noticed yesterday the scissors cut through the penny. Your customers are gonna notice that too. They're like, what? Like usually the husbands get pumped. They're like, oh, we gotta do that. I want those scissors. All right, I want to cut stuff. So they get pretty pumped about that. All right, now we're back right here. So Mrs. Jones, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you, would you like to try out the homemaker set today and get your free gifts? So you remember when Drew Frank was talking about smile and nod? Let me see everybody smile and nod real quick. All right, casual smile and nod. Daniel, that wasn't a smile and nod. He just like smiled. All right, so smile and nod. All right, now don't be a freak about it. Okay, Abby G, don't get all up in the camera and we're like, yeah, right? Casual smile and nod, okay? And then you just wait for their answer. Now, the reason why you want to nod is because you see when I started nodding, you guys started nodding, right? Some of you guys are like, yeah. All right, it's a little psychology trick. So when you see somebody else nod, like in a conversation, you just kind of nod with them. All right, so your customers, they're always going to mirror you. They're going to mirror you. All right, and you wait for their answer. Don't talk at all. All right, the reason why we don't talk right here, we just wait for their answer is because, like we said earlier, yes, we sell Cutco, but we're not trying to force Cutco on anybody. Has anybody ever heard of a pushy salesperson? Right, those are the people that like try to like really try hard to get you to buy something, right? And they just talk a lot. That's not our intention at all. We don't like that. That's not good. That's not good business. So all we did in this presentation, what do? We just educated the customers, built a little value, and you're like, so what do you want to do now? And they get to decide, right? And customers appreciate that. Because during this part where it says be completely quiet and wait for their answer, that's when they're thinking. Pushy salespeople is they start talking during that time. So a customer can't think and actually like make an educated decision. So they feel pressured and usually they leave or they make a bad decision because they were forced into it. All right. So we just let them go and you just wait for them to say what they want to say. So some people are going to say yes, right? Some of you guys are going to sell your first homemaker today. And you're going to be like, whoa, that was crazy. All right. Some people will say no, and then you'll just drop down to some smaller options. All right. So just make sure you wait for their answer. Now, if they say yes, here's all you have to do. Congratulations. You're going to love your new Cutco. While I write that up, let's look at some accessories. And then you would stop your presentation right here at the homemaker. And then you jump down to the last slideshow where it says cookware, flatware, gifts, and accessories. All right. So that's if they say yes. All right. And then also you're going to say, hey, by the way, do you guys ever entertain or host family occasions? So if they're like entertainers, they do barbecues, they do parties all the time. Just say, okay, I'm actually going to show you our two larger sets too, just so you can see those options as well. And if you go to the next slides, it shows our signature set, AKA our family set, or our ultimate set, which is the complete set. So sometimes people that have bigger families, they have people over all the time. This actually makes sense for them, right? So this way they have enough table knives or steak knives for everybody. Or if they have multiple people cooking in the kitchen, like my grandma has an ultimate set. Now my grandma lives by herself and she just cooks by herself on the day to day, but she invested in that set for the family, not for her, because everybody goes to her house when it's like Thanksgiving, Christmas, birthdays. Everybody goes to her house and they all just kind of get together and cook in the kitchen. So there's enough tools, enough knives for everybody. All right. So if you know like somebody that has a family, they have that type of thing going on, then that ultimate set might make more sense because they want to help out the whole family. All right. So let's come back to the homemaker. All right. So this is usually going to be our main focus just because it's our number one selling set. This is like our middle set. All right. So now what if they say no to the homemaker? Do we just like end the Zoom call on them and just like forget you? No. All right. We want to drop down, but before we drop down, we want to understand why they said no. Right? You want to understand why they said no. So if they say no, hey, no problem. If you don't mind me asking, what is it about the homemaker that you are unsure of? All right, because when you just get a no, you don't really like know where to go from there. But when you say, hey, if you don't mind me asking, what is it about the homemaker you're unsure of? Then they're going to give you the real reason. All right, so they're going to be like, okay, Elizabeth, it's just a little much right now. Right? It's just a little much right now. And then you're just going to respond, hey, I completely understand. 1326 is a lot all at once. That's why most of our customers split it up over 5 months interest free. It would only be $289 per month. How does that sound? All right. So what we did right there is we handled a knee-jerk reaction. All right. And what a knee-jerk reaction is, it's the default human response. The default human response is no. Have you guys ever noticed that? More oftentimes than not, you say no before you say yes to anything. Think like when the last time you ate at a restaurant. I mean, 2020, there's no such thing as eating at a restaurant. But years ago, when we used to get together and eat indoors, when you ate at a restaurant, you finish eating and you're all full. What does the waiter do? Waiter or waitress, right? They come by, they're like, hey, does anybody want to do dessert? What does everybody usually say at the table? No, I'm stuffed, I'm full. And then they're like, okay, no worries. The dessert menu is right here. Or here, I'm going to drop down the dessert menu for you. And let me know if you change your mind. And then they leave, right? So you see, they left, gave you a minute to kind of think about it. And what does everybody do at the table? You grab the dessert menu and then you start talking about how bomb this looks. You're like, oh, Isaac, you want to split this with me? Right? Daniel, let's get this, right? And then next thing you know, sometimes you get dessert, sometimes you don't. Happens all the time, okay? So that's a knee-jerk reaction. I need to think about it. So I'm gonna have some of you guys help me out with reading these. So we'll go, let's see. Why can't I see everybody? There we go. Okay, so Linda, I'm gonna have you go and read the I need to think about it.
Okay. I completely understand. 1326 is a lot of money to be impulsive. That's why most customers take advantage of a 15-day trial. If you don't love it after a few weeks, you can send it back and get a full refund. On the 5-month plan, you can try it out for only $289 today. How does that sound?
Perfect. Thank you. All right, cool. So right there, I need to think about it. All right. So what's the best way to think about something? Use it, right? Trying it out. Because most people, when they say I need to think about it, they're just afraid of like committing to something. So take advantage of our 15-day trial. So that's part of the Forever Guarantee. They actually get 2.5 weeks to use the products as much as they want. We want them to use it for 2.5 weeks straight to see if they really want to do this decision or not. All right. So tell them to try it out. Now, here's the thing. Why do you think we do the 15-day guarantee? Most companies would think that's crazy. You're like, you want people to try it out and use it use the products every day? And then if they don't like it, give them the opportunity to send it back. Most companies fear that, but we don't because it's Cutco. Best product in the history of the universe. All right. What do you think is going to happen in that 2 weeks? They're going to start using the products every single day. And then they're going to fall in love. And do you think they're going to go back to their old crappy set of knives after they just use Cutco for 2 weeks? No. Cutco has something what we call feel appeal. The more they use it, the more they touch it, the more they love it. All right. So usually what ends up happening is they keep it. They're like, okay, cool, I'm going to keep these. And then they can just continue making the rest of the payments on it. All right. I need to talk to my spouse. All right. Need to talk to my spouse. Camille, go ahead and read that one for us.
I completely understand. That's why most customers use the 15-day trial to make sure he can really see the value. If he doesn't love it, send it back and get a full refund. On the 5-month plan, you both can try it out for only $289 today. How does that sound?
Perfect. All right. So I need to talk to my spouse objection. They're just kind of stalling, right? They just want like more time. Do you think most cases they need to talk to their spouse? Like, have you ever seen your mom ask your dad permission to buy a blender? Right? So most of the time they don't, right? Especially if they're both working, they all have their own money, they're all adults. Only time one of my lights went out. Okay. Only time that they ask permission for something is when they're doing like a really large purchase, like a house or a car or something like that. But this is just something for the kitchen. It's not a big deal. All right. So most of the time they don't need to do that. So you just want to listen to them, right? And the reason why like these things, like we're listening, right? That's like really big when you say, oh, I completely understand. Hey, this is why most customers take advantage of the 15-day trial. So that way you guys can really see the value, use it, and then let your husband use it too. And if he doesn't love it, send it back. You get your money back. The other reason why we wanted them to try it out versus asking their husband, it's easier to ask for forgiveness versus asking permission, right? Like, I'm sure you guys made mistakes when you're younger. You're like, just kind of did things. You're like, I'll tell my parents sorry later. Like, I already know they're going to be a little mad, but it's okay. Right. But think about it. Think about Mrs. Jones calling her husband, asking like, hey, honey, can I buy a set of knives? What's the husband's first question? How much, right? How much? And Mrs. Jones isn't a trained Cutco rep like you guys. So she's going to be like, oh, they're $1,326. And he's going to freak out. He's going to be like, what? $1,000 for knives? Because you got to remember, he's used to buying $300 sets. Now it just doubled. It just tripled, right? $300 versus $1,300. He's going to be like, what? $1,300 for knives? And you also got to remember, did he see the value? No. Did he get a chance to see how like all the videos work and what all the tools are used for and the guarantee? No. So there's no value built to him. Just like when I asked you guys if you wanted to buy this $2,000 marker, instantly you're like, hell no. Right? So that's why it's important to build value. All right. So you never want to try to sell to somebody if they haven't seen like the demo. All right. So that's the spouse. Too many pieces. Go ahead and read that for us, Isaac, while I fix my lighting.
Too many pieces. I completely understand. At first, 10 pieces seems like a lot. After 15 days, if there is a piece or a few pieces you're still unsure of, you can return it and get refunded for those pieces. How does that sound?
Great. Abby G, go ahead and read the next one for us.
Of course. However, our sets are discounted, they're safer, and you get free stuff. If you don't mind, I'll show you our sets, and if none of them appeal to you, we can pick whatever pieces you want.
Perfect. Okay, I guess I'm not going to have great lighting anymore. All right, perfect. So too many pieces, no worries, just drop down. We have smaller sets. Can I buy pieces? Again, of course, however, all of our sets are discounted, they're safer, you get free stuff. Let me show you everything, and then you don't find anything that suits you, we can pick up those pieces. All right, then I definitely want to buy later. Stephanie, go ahead and read that one for us.
Give a better deal or drop down to a smaller set. Ms. Jones, you don't have to buy anything today. Do you mind if I go through the rest of the demo just so I can practice?
Perfect. Thank you. So let's say you have a customer that's just like clearly not interested, right? So just let them know like, hey, is it okay if I just practice and just still go through the options, right? Because that's the real reason why we set up the appointment in the first place. Want to practice, go through all the options. And I've seen this happen a million times where they're like, oh yeah, sorry, go ahead and continue your presentation. And then by the end of it, this is why it's important to always show everything. They're like, ooh, how much are those cheese knives? People always love the cheese knife, right? How much are those cheese knives? Or how much is this? How much is the spreader? Okay, you know what? I'll take that, right? And then sometimes you still end up getting the sale, even though that we're not planning. All right, and if they're still like, no, hey, no problem. Let's skip to the next set, which is our galley +6. It's one of our most popular options. And then you're gonna go skip 2 slides and go down to the galley. All right, so let's go to page 10 in your manuals. I'm gonna go full screen now on the customer site. We're gonna go full screen on the customer site so that way everybody can see a little bit better. So signature ultimate set, and then you're gonna drop down to the galley +6. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. So let's pause real quick. So if your customer loves the Homemaker +8, but they're on the edge, you want to call the office for approval for the friends and family discount. Okay, so like I said yesterday, the goal isn't to try to like sell your grandma $1 million worth of knives with no discounts or anything like that. If your family wants to get some Cutco this weekend, we want to hook them up with the best of the best deal. So we're only doing this for your first weekend on the job. We have tons of friends and family discounts. So that's why I want to make sure you guys gave everybody the best deals. Actually, our best deals are being extended right now, our holiday specials that we had going up to the holidays. I'm gonna let you guys use those specials for your first weekend on the job. All right, so I was super appreciative of this because when my grandma surprised me and ended up buying something, I was like, okay, cool. I didn't even know, I forgot, I wasn't listening in training, so I forgot about the friends and family specials. But luckily my manager was super cool and he was like, hey, do you want to hook up your grandma with a friends and family discount? I was like, what? We can help my grandma save more money? And then I was pumped. And when I told my grandma, I was like, hey grandma, just because you're my grandma, I'm gonna hook you up right now. And my grandma was so proud. Like, she's like, see, I raised you right. You always take care of your grandma. You always look for the best deal. And she started going off on coupons. But the point is, she was super excited. She got a friends and family discount. She was already gonna buy it at the retail price, but she was pumped because she got that friends and family discount even more. All right, so make sure you guys call. All right, so in your notes, write this down, put a star next to it. After you show the Homemaker set, whether they say yes or they say no, you're gonna call your coach or the office, and this is gonna be your check-in for your appointment as well. So we have a list where we kind of like check in like, okay, cool. This person checked in from their appointment. Maya checked in from her appointment. Eduardo checked in from his appointment. So so call right after you show the Homemaker set and like you like present like the price and everything and you ask them if they want to get it. You're gonna call right there. So if they say yes, still call. They say no, still call. And here's how you're gonna respond. You're gonna be like, hey John, I'm here with my best customer. I was just calling to see if we can get them, hook them up with a friends and family discount. Now, I might also, for your first weekend, I might ask you to introduce me to your friends and family. Okay, so I might just like, hey, throw me on speakerphone. Who you're doing this appointment with? And let's say you're with your mom, right? I definitely want to meet introduce myself to your parents, right? So this way they know who this strange man is that's teaching you for 90 hours a day, right? So I'm gonna be like, hey, hey, Susie's mom, I just wanted to introduce myself. My name is John Baker. I'm the manager. And I just wanted to say thank you for your support of little Susie. She's doing really great. And make sure you go hard on her. All right. Like ask her a ton of questions so she gets the experience. And don't forget, Susie, to tell your parents about the friends and family discount. All right. But thank you for your support and let me know if you have any questions. And honestly, the reason why I do that, especially for you guys' first weekend, is it makes everybody feel more comfortable, right? Like, because it makes your customers feel comfortable, whether it's your mom, your aunt, your grandma. They're like, okay, cool. We just talked to the manager. He sounds cool. He said, ask as many questions as we need to. Because sometimes with like you're practicing, they don't want to go too hard on you, even though they have a lot of questions because they are interested. They're like, oh, let me go a little easy on little Susie right now. Maybe later when she has more experience, I'll ask her the questions. But I want them to ask you the questions because that's how you learn a little bit faster. So you guys can call me back as many times as you need. All right. And what it does makes everybody feel more comfortable, and you actually end up doing a little bit better from what I've noticed. So I'm willing to do that for your close friends and family just this weekend. Okay. All right, cool. So the galley set. All right, so next is our galley set. It's the perfect starter set, and it'll take care of all your needs. You're gonna explain the pieces in each set. As you can see, it has the paring knife for the air, the trimmer for small stuff, a spatula for sandwiches, a meat knife, serving piece, and a veggie chopper, and a bread knife. Still comes with 6 table knives, and it's a few knives for a lot less money. All right, so it's a few knives for a lot less money. Let me just plug in my prices on my other screen. All right, so instead of paying $13.26 for the homemaker set, the galley plus 6 set is $9.57 or $209 per month. So go ahead and write that down, Mrs. Jones. You guys don't need to write that down, but you tell your customer $9.57 or $209 per month. Now the basic galley set is $739 or $162 per month. Now, if you get this set today, I can still include the entertainer pack or the super shears for free. Is that something that you'd like to get today? And again, you just smile and nod, wait for their answer. If they say yes, congrats. You're gonna love your Cutco. While I write that up, let's look at accessories. If they're a little unsure still, just say, hey, if it makes a difference, we can do something else for free instead. Would you like to see your options? And then you just kind of go from there. Or you can call the office. Like, hey, like my parents kind of like the galley set, or this customer kind of likes the galley set, but they're still a little unsure. What else can we get for free? All right, because people love free stuff. People love free stuff. If they still say no, hey, no problem. We have some starter sets. All right, so then we're gonna drop down. All right, before I continue any further, let me talk about dropping down real quick. So dropping down, this is the process that you do with a customer, right? We start here at the homemaker set, call in after you ask, of course. But the reason why we start at the homemaker set is because it's a little bit higher, but it's still kind of like our middle ground, right? We start there at the most popular thing, and then we figure out where we want to navigate. Like if they love the homemaker, obviously you're going to want to show them the bigger options, right? But then if the homemaker was still just a little out of the range, then we have room to drop down. So we just have wiggle room by starting at the homemaker. Now, write this down, write down dropping down, and here's the key things when you're dropping down. Take your time. So drop down slowly and enthusiastically. Slowly and enthusiastically. That's the most important thing while you're dropping down. You want to take your time, and you want to get gradually more excited as you drop down to lower options. So let me explain. You don't want to rush. Think about how you shop when you go shopping at a store. Do you just like run through the aisles and just start grabbing things and go? No. I mean, in our head, we think we're going to do that when we go to the store. You're like, I just need to grab one thing. And then something else catches your eye. And usually when you're deciding between things, you kind of look at this thing, then you come back to this thing, look at one more time, then you make your decision and go. So you got to remember, you guys are the store. Imagine the store clerk rushing you through the aisle. You're indecisive. You're like, should I get table knives or no table knives? And the person's like, hey, are you done yet? Hurry up. Go to the next aisle. There's other people waiting. You'd be like, ugh, I hate shopping here. Right? So think about it like in that sense, right? You are the store. So take your time, right? And like communicate with your customers like, hey, so are you all good on this side? Okay, cool. Let's move on to the next one. All right. And then when you drop down, you want to drop down enthusiastically. So as you go to smaller sets, you actually want to look more excited about it. Because the Homemaker, yes, we know this is our most popular set. We sold 18,000 of these Homemaker sets last year. Then we probably doubled that this year. So we already know this is our most popular set. We already know this is what most people want. So I actually don't want you guys to get that excited about it. You want to talk about the Homemaker kind of like with the expectation, with confidence. So just expect people to buy the Homemaker. It's like, yeah, no, like this is our Homemaker set. This is kind of like the one that everyone starts with. I mean, it's our best set. Do you want to get it? Like kind of like with that expectation, right? Like it's like, don't get overly excited. Don't be like, Mrs. Jones, this is our Homemaker +8 set. This is the #1 selling set that Cutco makes. It's the best set in the world. Everybody gets this Homemaker set. Do you want to get it? Like in your excitement's like so ridiculous. Because if they say no, guess how everything else is gonna sound? You go from here, like this is the best. Okay, here's the galley. How does that make the galley look? Makes it look lame. Now they're like, I don't want that one. I want the one that you were excited about. So remember, your customers are going to mirror you. So if you're excited about something, they're going to get excited about that too, more than likely. Like I went through this like little period. I got really excited about the spatula spreader when I got mine. And guess what I sold a lot of that week? Like I had a week of only spatula spreader sales. I was so confused. And my manager just asked me one question. He's like, hey, what's your favorite knife? I was like, dude, the spreader is sick. He's like, that's why. Right? You're too excited about the spatula spreader. So people are only buying spatula spreaders. All right. So talk about the Homemaker with confidence, kind of expect them to get that set. But then now when you drop down to the galley set, now it just goes gradually enthusiastic. Like, hey, so, okay, the galley set, it's a few less knives for a lot less money. So instead of paying that $13.26 from the Homemaker, this one's only this amount. And then that enthusiasm gradually goes up as you guys drop down. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, cool. Sorry for my little spazzing. I was like, I get excited. All right. Let's go back to the starter sets now. Where was I? Okay, here. All right, so now we are on the starter sets. So I love the starter sets. These things are super cool. So just go ahead and follow along with me in your manual. I am underneath starter sets on page 11. So these next two slides show the starter sets. They're great for building up over time and they're great gifts for family and friends. This one, so the Essentials +5, and I just kind of circle it with my mouse. This one comes with just the very basics. Comes with the paring knife, the spatula spreader, the turning fork, the petite carver, and the chef knife. Then our Studio +4. This is our smallest block set, but it still comes with 4 great pieces: the paring knife, the trimmer, petite carver, spatula. Now you go to the next slide. Then we have our all knife and kitchenette sets. These tray sets are great for people who want to keep the knives in the drawer. The all knife set comes with the paring knife, the trimmer, chef, carving, and spatula spreader, while the kitchenette set comes with the bread knife, turning fork, petite carver, paring knife, and the trimmer. So then now I'm on step 2. Out of these starter sets, which combination do you like the best? So then I just hit the backspace and then I hit the space bar just to kind of go between the 2 sets. So this way they can decide. So you notice how quick this part of the drop down kind of takes, right? We're not going to spend as much time on the starter sets like we did with the Homemaker and the galley set. Now we're just showing them the options like, hey, which one do you like the best out of these? Right? So you let them choose. So let's say they are like, I like that Studio +4 set. All right. So this is the set that my mom started off with. All right. Now she has a Homemaker. She upgraded over time. So many people do that. So don't be bummed if you don't sell a Homemaker when you sell a Studio. Like I get actually more pumped about those because like I know the customers are going to want to buy more later. They're going to upgrade over time. Okay, cool. So let's say they wanted the Studio set. So now we're on step 3. You're going to say, okay, that set is only $131 per month for 5 months or $596 in full. Can everybody see like the gray box with all the prices? Does everybody see that in their manual? Okay, cool. So now we're not going to go over every single one of those prices. It's only the ones that they pick out. Okay, so if they pick out the Studio +4, you give them that price, have them write it down. And sometimes your customers might want to ask like another one, like, hey, just curious, like how much is that essentials one or how much is that kitchenette? So this way they can start comparing, like, all right, which one do I want to get? This one has these knives, this one has these knives. Which one do you think is better? Okay. Now we also have a buy now bonus for this. So if you get this set today, you can still have the super shears for free. Is that something that you'd be interested in getting today? And again, you just wait for their answer. Congrats, you're gonna love your Cutco. While I write that up, let's look at accessories. If they say no or they're unsure, hey, no problem. You can customize your own set and even with a custom set, you can still break it up over a few months. So let me show you how it works. And then we have our payment options right there below. Okay, so clarification. On these starter sets, we can't offer the entertainer pack. All right, so that might be something worth it for your notes. Starter sets, no more entertainer pack offer just because the entertainer pack costs a little bit too much compared to like the value of these sets. These ones are significantly cheaper from or less expensive from the previous sets. So we can't give the entertainer pack for free, but we can give the super shears or something that's equal to or lower in value. Okay. All right, cool. So let's just say they said no to the starter sets as well. We're just going to assume they're saying no to everything so we can keep dropping down and show them all the options. Hey, no problem. You can customize your own set, and even with the custom set, you can break it up over a few months. Let me just show you how it works. All right, so there's going to be a lot of customers that customize their own set. Some people just like to have a little bit more control, or some people cook more than others, so they know exactly what they want and what they're looking for. So this gives them a chance to kind of make their own set, which is pretty cool. So I'm underneath page 12 now, underneath customizing options. So Mrs. Jones, you can customize your own set and I can still get you something for free. So special number one, let's make a list of your 5 favorite pieces that you see yourself using the most. So you have your customers pick out their 5 favorites from this list right here. So it's good for you to have your Cutco orders app out. So I'm going to teach you guys how to use the app in a little bit, but you want to have that app out. So every item that they pick, you just add it right there. So that way you can add it to the cart and it'll give you a total and all that great stuff. And then you also want your customers to be writing down the pieces that they liked in their notepad. Okay, so so great. Can you give me 1 minute to work out those prices? You get everything added into the cart. Perfect. I'm ready with the price for you. You can jot this down. The total for your customized set would be this amount, which breaks down to this per month on the 5-pay. Now, if you get these 5 knives today, I can get you a pair of super shears or 4 table knives for free. Which free option would you prefer? All right, great. Would you like to go ahead and get this custom set today? Now, if they say yes, you're gonna say, great, you're gonna love your Cutco. Let's take a look at accessories, just so you know what else is available to add either for now or in the future. Go ahead and open up the 3rd slideshow. And in your manual, there's like little cues where you guys can click and it'll take you straight to the gifts and accessories page. All right, special number 2. This special is really popular, which is our buy 3, get 1 free. So out of those 5, which one knife could you live without, Mrs. Jones? Okay, give me 1 minute to recalculate the new price. Okay, so Mrs. Jones, for those 4 knives individually, that's only gonna be this amount in full or this amount per month. Does that sound better for you? All right, great. You're gonna love those pieces. Or if they still say no, hey, no problem. Which ones are your 2 favorites? Okay, cool. Give me 1 more minute. All right, Mrs. Jones, this is special number 3, which is our free gadget special. So for those 2 knives, it's only gonna be this amount in full or this amount per month. And I can give you the ice cream scooper, the veggie peeler, or the large cutting board for free. How does that sound? If they say yes to that, great, you're gonna love your Cutco. All right, now if they say no, then we drop down to our last option, which is reserving your buy now bonus. Okay, so where a customer just gets 1 piece. So if the customer gets 1 piece, it actually locks in their buy now bonus because now they're a Cutco owner. So Cutco owners, they actually get extra, like they get certain deals and specials that non-Cutco owners don't necessarily get access to all the time. So, so this is what's pretty cool about this. So Mrs. Jones, as long as you get at least something today, my office will allow me to throw in some free stuff when you upgrade later on. It's called reserving your buy now bonus. So like, let's say a customer didn't buy anything and they're not a Cutco owner and they wanted to wait. We wouldn't be able to give all that bonus stuff later on. Does that make sense? So like the company just allows us to do it like the first time that you guys visit with them. Now, a big reason why our office succeeds at a high level, I think this, like, I'm pretty sure this is the biggest reason, is because of the reserve your buy now bonus, right? The ability to turn like a potential no sale into a sale, even if they just got one piece, something small. Every little order adds up over time. And this is the best way to lock in the excitement for a customer. Does anybody order stuff online? Yeah, I think everybody, right? So, you know, when you buy something online, there's that anticipation period when you're waiting for your product to come in, right? Like I just bought a pair of shoes and I keep checking every morning the update on the shipment because I want them, right? Like, I don't know, I just want them and I get excited. So same thing with the customer. You're going to have tons of customers that are going to be like, yeah, Linda, I'm totally going to buy it later, right? Or Jason, I'm going to buy it next year, or I'll buy it after this. And what happens is they're excited today, but then they go to sleep. Do you think they're going to sleep dreaming about their next set of knives? Probably not, right? Then the day next after that, the excitement just keeps going away. And then eventually it just kind of they forget about it. But if they get one piece, now they're like looking forward to getting that one piece. They keep checking the shipments. They keep messaging you like, hey, what day is my knife going to get here? And then they get it, they open it, and then guess what they're going to do once they open it? They're going to use it. All right. So then they use it. They're like, oh my gosh, Jason wasn't lying about this. This is a great knife. And they keep using it every single day. So now they're reminded. And then guess what? When they cook in a big meal and they only have one knife to prepare that whole meal, guess what they're going to be thinking? I need more knives. Now I need to call Isaac. All right. I just saw Isaac first on my screen. All right. So now I need to call that person. And then they call you to upgrade later. All right. That happens all the time. Okay. So the goal is like, hey, sell at least something, right? Like if you can get them one piece today, they're going to definitely upgrade later on. Okay. So, and of course, you're still going to be helping me towards my goals. Let's see how much your favorite piece would be. Which one is your number one favorite piece of Cutco? All right. Show them that. And you can even split that up into 2 payments. So that's only going to be this amount today on the 2Pay, or it's going to be this amount in total, this amount on the 2Pay, which breaks down to this per day. All right. You can try it out for 2 weeks. And if you don't like it, you can send it back, or if you like it, you can keep it. If not, just return it and get a full refund. But I'm sure you're going to love it. So would you like to just try out that one piece today? Wait for the answer when they say yes. All right, cool. Congrats. You're going to love your Cutco. So awesome. You're going to love your that one piece of Cutco. I want to show you the accessories just so you know what else is available for to add in the future. I'd hate for you to find out later that I didn't show you everything that was available and I missed something that you would have loved. All right. Any questions on the drop down process from what you guys have seen so far? Questions, comments, concerns, hatred. All right, we're good.
For when you call if I call you, how do I transition in the presentation to that? Do I just let them know, hey, I'm gonna make a call really quick, or
great question.
I don't know.
Yeah, great question. So just tell them like, hey, Mr. Jones, I almost forgot. I need to check in with my manager really quick.
Okay.
Cool. And then we'll instruct you from there.
Okay. And we're gonna go over the app for the paper and everything.
Yes.
All right.
Cool. Good question. Any other questions before I move on to the next thing?
I had a question for the so for the bonus thing where you said that they can reserve their bonus if they just buy one thing. So would we, if they came back to us to upgrade, or like, so we wouldn't say it to them every time?
Correct.
Or
Yeah, so like let's say they called you back and they're like, hey, we actually want to go ahead and get that now. You don't need to do the whole demo again unless they like want to see their options again. Just like show them their options, and then you would just upgrade them, and then you can throw in any free items that they wanted. Cool. All right, great questions. All right, so real quick, we're gonna go through the third slideshow. So it's the last slideshow of the customer site, and then we'll take a quick break, okay? All right, everybody move your body a little bit. Shake off your shoulders, move your neck. Don't turn into a vegetable. Okay, so in your manual, go ahead and click on gifts and accessories. So gifts and accessories. So I'm gonna sift through this a little bit faster than some of the other stuff I've been going over. So okay, scroll down to the final slideshow of your page called Cookware, Gifts and Accessories, Flatware. Let's go full screen on that one. And we're gonna start off by making your wish list. These aren't necessarily the things that you're gonna buy today, but as your rep, I'll be able to help you keep track of what you like for future reference. Basically, as we go through here, if Cutco were free, let me know what you would like to add to your set. Also, of course, the more you buy, the more you save. So don't be afraid of adding something just because it may end up becoming free on your order anyways, okay? So if we get to a section that you have no interest in at all, just tell me to skip it, no problem, okay? So Mrs. Jones, in your wish list, go ahead and write down Mrs. Jones' wish list, all right? And then you guys should be doing this too. Now, anything your customers add to their wish list, you know, in your Q app, if you click on that customer, you can add notes for them. So you guys can just add the note, like their wish list, into their queue. So that way you always have it for future reference, all right? You don't have a bunch of papers just everywhere. Okay, so let's go to the first one, which is our table knives. So do you ever host holidays or have company over the house? A lot of customers quickly realize that after getting their Cutco, their table knives are always in the dishwasher because they're used so often. It's very common for people to add an extra 6, 8, or 12 to their order and keep their extras either in a block or a tray or just stored in the drawer. That way, when company does come over, you're not having to choose who gets the good knives around the table and who's stuck with the old ones. All right, so do you think you could use some extra table knives or steak knives? If they say yes, okay, how many do you want to add to your wish list? Okay, no problem. Let me show you the next slide. All right, so these are our forever gadgets. I'm not going to cover the ones that we went over yesterday, but I'm just going to highlight the wine opener and the can opener. So, so we have our wine opener, also has a bottle opener on the side. So for beer bottles and then wine, and it can stand upright on the countertop without rolling or tipping. It's a great gift for somebody that loves wine, but would never treat themselves to a high quality opener. Now then we have our can opener. This can opener has a super smooth wheel action. It leaves no sharp edges. It has a strong magnet on it. So on the very front under here, it has a magnet. So when you open the can, you can just pick it up with the magnet. So that way you don't have to touch it and risk cutting yourself, or so it doesn't fall into the can. And the wine opener, I'm going to gift that to somebody for Christmas. So people love it. All right, the cheese knives. All right, so we have a few different style cheese knives in addition to the one that came in the entertainer pack. And they all have a micro D edge. And they're great for all different types of cheese, of course, but also for tomatoes, lemons, limes, apples, and cutting raw potatoes for hash browns or homemade French fries. So this is our cheese knife. We have a traditional one. So this is the traditional one. This is the soft grip cheese knife that comes in the entertainer pack. We have a mini cheese knife and a Santoku style cheese knife. And I know most of your guys' questions is, John, why is there so many cheese knives? Who eats so much damn cheese? And you'll be surprised because I asked the same question. And then I had a customer who bought all 4 cheese knives. And I had to ask her, I was like, why? Like, I was very curious. I was like, why'd you buy all 4? They're all the same knife. And she does wine and cheese parties. So she has different cheeses and meats paired up with different wine bottles at like little stations for all her friends. So when they come over, they all try them and they have a cheese knife for every station. So there you go. That's why people buy the cheese knives. And then Elizabeth, I know you had this question, like if they come in sets. So towards the end, I'll go over like the gift sets. We have a bunch of little gift sets at the end, and you'll see like the cheese knife one. All right. Cool. Flatware. Ooh, this stuff is beautiful. So good flatware isn't cheap. The reason why people buy our flatware is because that they never have to buy forks and spoons ever again. Everything is guaranteed forever. Cutco's Forever Guarantee is made out of a 1810 high quality stainless steel, so it won't tarnish even in the dishwasher. Cutco doesn't change their design every 2 to 3 years like most other flatware companies. So if you lose a couple of pieces, you won't have trouble finding the matching pattern. And we use one timeless pattern, so it never goes out of style. Each setting comes with 5 pieces, 2 spoons, 2 forks, and a stainless table knife that cuts just like a steak knife. It's like having steak knives that match your stainless flatware. The 60-piece set includes a 12 settings, and it comes with a beautiful cherry wooden chest. That comes with a 35% discount. So the rest, so the chest is by far the best deal on the flatware, and it comes with 12 place settings. I'm losing my words. I can't talk. Okay, then we have cookware, pots and pans. Isn't that beautiful, guys? Like when moms go to bed and dream about their kitchen, this is what they see. All right, so this is what we call our Cutco kitchen. So we'll get to that in a second. But right now, I want you guys to focus on the cookware. All right, so good cookware really makes a big difference in the quality of your food and the quality of your cooking. I'm not going to talk about this right now. I'm actually going to have my buddy Justin explain it.
Hi, I'm Derek Fidel, Cutco sales professional.
Sorry, Derek.
Here to give you a brief introduction and the features and benefits of Cutco cookware. To talk a little bit about the materials used in Cutco cookware, we actually use a 430 magnetic steel surrounding the pan. This will make it so it's induction stove capable too. On the inside, we've got 304 surgical grade stainless steel, which is very durable, very easy to clean, and of course is dishwasher safe too. Now, although it is dishwasher safe, we do recommend washing it by hand. On the inside layer, we actually have 3 layers of aluminum. So even the lid has the same construction. So your food will cook from the top down, the sides in, and the bottom up. So it's basically like a mini oven cooking your food. We're cooking it from all sides, so you're not gonna have any cold spots on your pan. Cutco cookware actually conducts heat so well. It's stackable cookware, so you can do multiple layers of cooking on just one burner. Now, the cool thing with Cutco cookware is it's actually low moisture or waterless cookware. So to reference other cookware, let's say we're boiling broccoli. A lot of times we just do it fully immersed in water, and by the end of it, all the water's green, which unfortunately that's about 80% of the nutrients in the broccoli. It's a lot of the flavor too. Now with Cutco cookware, the cool thing is all we need is a little bit of water. So here, if we just put a little bit of water in the pan, and then we're gonna splash it around to get the whole thing coated on the inside. Now we're gonna spin the lid, and you guys can see that the lid is spinning very freely, okay? Almost frictionless. And what that is gonna do is that's gonna tell us that a vapor seal has formed. Now I'm yanking on the lid here just to show you that it's got the suction there. And that suction is going to trap all of the flavor and all of the water and all the nutrients right inside the pan. Now, like I was mentioning earlier, we've got the 5-ply construction, so the lid is going to be nearly as hot as the bottom in just a couple minutes of being on the stove. So we're cooking food evenly from all sides. Kind of like the same concept of boiling, but without the water, because the water is extracting all the nutrients. So our food is going to keep all the nutrients and all the flavor right inside. Like all Cutco products, Cutco cookware is backed by the Forever Guarantee, so it's fixed or replaced for free forever. Not just your lifetime, but this is a legacy cookware set you'll be able to pass down from generation to generation.
All right. So that's our cookware. It's fantastic. So we have a big set of cookware, like the complete set of cookware, our medium set, and then our starter set of cookware. Okay. So if you have any questions on that, just reach out to me and I can help you guys get some more details on the cookware. All right, this is our Cutco kitchen. So over the years, the company started selling more and more package deals with knives and cookware together with big discounts. So if you're interested in both a set of knives and a set of cookware, how it works is you choose a small, medium, large set of knives, and then you choose a small, medium, large set of cookware. And then based on what combo you want, we can throw in a bunch of free stuff for you. Are you interested in seeing what that might look like? Right? So there's some people, actually many people, especially this year in 2020, that have been buying Cutco kitchens because everyone's been at home and they realized that they needed to remodel their kitchen. Right? So people are just trying to stay busy. Like I can't even name how many people have just remodeled their houses and their kitchens. So so when they're remodeling, they already have a big budget. Does anybody know how much a kitchen remodel usually costs? It's like 20 G's is like their budget, right? 20 to 30 G's when they're remodeling the kitchen. So when they're like, oh yeah, you know what? We might as well just get all new pots and pans. Might as well throw a new set of knives in there. They just kind of throw everything out, right? So so that's kind of when people like just invest in the Cutco kitchen and just get everything. I think Daniel was asking me about this yesterday, garden tools, right? So the garden tools are super awesome. These are the only garden tools on the market that are guaranteed forever. Now that's a powerful statement. There's no other garden tool in the world that has a guarantee forever. And the reason why is because garden tools, especially if you use them a lot, they get messed up, they get rusty, they get bad. So they're rated by Home and Garden Industry as the #1 trusted garden tools, holds 300 pounds of torque pressure without bending or breaking. All right, this is a personal testimonial because my best friend, his grandma actually had the garden tools before I started selling Cutco, and he was backing up the truck and accidentally ran over her garden tool set. And I was like, and I was a new rep at the time. I was like, I don't think Cutco's that good. And they didn't bend. And I was like, dude, I'm sold on the garden tools. Like I just watched a truck run them over and they were fine. Right. So so they can hold a lot of pressure. So without bending or breaking. We have those yellow highlights on it. So that way it makes it easy to find in messy soil or in the dark. And it still goes all the way to the bottom. Like the steel goes all the way through. So it's balanced. And oh, it says you can drive over them with a car. Somebody added that now, but it's true. Don't do that though. Not recommended, of course. All right. So we have a cultivator, trowels, and then a weeder. So these things are awesome. Last set of garden tools you ever have to buy. All right. And then we have our gift sets. So there's 2 slides of our gift sets. So you guys can look through. There's many different combos of gift sets. These are great for people that just don't know what they want to start with, right? Like if they're like they're having a hard time picking out like 2, you can take them to the gift sets and like, hey, look at some of these combos. It might help you out. Or if they're just buying a gift for somebody, like people buy Cutco as a gift. My grandparents and my mom, what they do every year, they always buy like 2 or they always do a buy 3 gift sets, get the 4th one free special with me. So this way they're prepared for gifts, right? Because like as you get older, you get invited to random weddings and you forget to get a gift and all these like anniversary parties and things like that. So that way you just always have gifts on hand. So here's a couple different options. These are like the cheese knife ones that I was talking about earlier. And that was pretty cool. How many of you guys know someone that owns a business or that does real estate? Okay, cool. So Cutco, fun fact is we have an engraving department. So you guys customers can get their knives personally engraved. So if it's a gift, you can get like Grandma Ella's Kitchen, or if you work for a realtor company, you can get your realtor logo on there and with your phone number and things like that. And a lot of people use this kind of as a business card. Like when it's one of the top real estate closing gifts. So when a realtor sells a house, they usually gift a set of Cutco with their name and phone number on it. So that way, when that customer uses it, they're like, "Oh, these knives are really good." Or if like their friends are looking for houses, like it's like the business card that doesn't get thrown away in the trash because people are going to use it, they're going to love it, and they'll always remember you. So a lot of businesses do that as corporate gifts for their employees and things like that as well. For engraving, it's about $9 each knife. So it's so $9 each knife. And Yeah, I think that's it that you need to know for engraving. And you can add all the engraving instructions and fonts and styles on the app as well. Now, logo engraving, you do have to get special privilege to do that. So just ask me if you have a customer that needs to do that. Oh, I forgot to mention, on your block, you can also get it engraved. So it'd be expensive to get all the knives in your block engraved at $9 a pop, but you could just buy one brass plate and get just that brass plate engraved. And you could put something like made especially for the Danielsons or Susie's knives, do not touch. People put all kinds of funny stuff on it. And then I think this is the last thing I'm going to show you right here is our storage sheaths. So some people like to travel with their knives, like bring them camping or on a boat, in an RV, or at a tailgate party. So we have these little travel sheaths that makes it safe for you. Or if you just have a couple knives, you can just use those. So you can add those on. They start at $8 for each of the cases, and it's very convenient. And then we are all done with the demo. Okay, so let's come up for air for a second. Any questions on the gifts and accessories that I just kind of went over, or any of the extra stuff that we sell with Cutco? Give me a thumbs up if you're good. Who could use a little break? I think this is a good time to take a quick break. All right. Some of you guys look sleepy. Like, I think Daniel's asleep. I think we lost him. Oh no, he's alive. Okay. All right, cool. So we're gonna take a quick break. We'll take a quick 10. So it's 1:52 right now. Just hop back on here at 2:12. So use the restroom, grab a snack, and then we're gonna power through and we'll be done pretty quick. All right. We'll see you guys in a minute. Okay. So let's talk about the Fast Start contest. Your Fast Start contest is your first 10 days on the job, and you only get one Fast Start. So there's no redos, there's no retries. You can't bribe me. I have been bribed before to try to like make their Fast Start longer, start it at a different time. Only once. And I think this is the greatest contest that we do as a company. Like, it always blew my mind, like, as a company, that like we always did all these cool contests and incentives and things like that. Like, even my mom works for a pretty awesome company, and she was like, the best thing they've ever given me was a Starbucks gift card that was $20, right? I'm like, well, we get way cooler stuff than that. All right, now you only get one Fast Start. Here is your dates. All right, so write down these dates. It starts today. So you're from your very, as soon as we're done here, I press the button, Fast Start starts. And it ends on the 28th. All right, it ends on the 28th, which is actually pretty cool, because you guys are actually starting during one of the biggest contests that we have going on right now. So our office is competing against all the other offices. All the new reps in our office are competing against all the other new reps in other offices for something called President's Banquet. And it's one of the most prestigious things for an office to earn, and we are super close to hitting this goal. So you guys will definitely play a big part of helping something special happen in our office. So this is our Western Region Fast Start contest. Now I'm gonna go over a lot of different prizes. When I'm explaining the prizes, do not ask me any questions. All right, I'm not answering any questions during this time. Hold all your questions until the end. And then as I go throughout these prizes, I also want you guys to start like writing down, like, what's something that stands out to you, like what level excites you a little bit. And every level I go through, I'm gonna also talk about how many demos you should be focused on how to get there. All right, like I said at the beginning of training, It's not about the level, it's about the work that you're willing to do to get to that prize or to that sales mark. So we're gonna start at 8,000. 8,000 is a really great goal to shoot for in your fast start contest. All right, 8,000 is an exciting goal. And I love this prize level because at 8,000, you guys are gonna win the Master Carving Set. The Master Carving Set. Now, what's cool about the Master Carving Set is it helps you sell all the bigger sets. So the Master Carving Set comes in the Homemaker and above. So the Homemaker, the Signature, and the Ultimate Set. And the Master Carving Set is some of our customers' favorite combos of knives to use together, because everybody at some time in the year is going to carve a big roast, a big turkey, a big ham, big chicken, something like that. So that's our Master Carving Set. That's $8,000. Now, to hit $8,000 in your fast start, it's going to take about 30 demos. About 30 to 40 demos is where you should be shooting for. 30 to 40 demos. Now, if your fast start's 10 days, how many demos is that per day? That's only 3 per day, right? 3 per day. And if you're on winter break, right, you should definitely take advantage of your winter break. Like what I was telling my team at our team meeting is like, use this opportunity as a money-making vacation, right? Like go hard in your first 10 days and crush it. All right. Now the next level is at 7,000. Who liked the butcher knife from yesterday? This was the one that was destroying the watermelon, cut through the juicy ribs. Yeah, this one's cool. So the butcher knife is awesome. This is a really fun tool to use. This is at 7,000. Now, what's cool about the butcher knife, also in the Homemaker set, comes in the Homemaker set, Signature, and the Ultimate set. So again, these are 3 pieces that are going to help you sell the larger options, right? Because you're getting a chance to use them a little bit more often, and it's really great. So that's at 7,000. Oh, sorry. Now to shoot for the 7,000 mark, I'd be shooting for 25 demos. Okay, about 25, 30 demos, somewhere around that range is what it'll take to do 7,000 in your first 10 days. 6,000, you're gonna get the slicing set. Now, I love the 8,000 and the 6,000 levels a little bit more than the other levels because you're getting 2 things. You're getting 2 things for 1 level. I think that's pretty cool. Now, 6,000, this is a great goal to shoot for in your fast start because you've now earned $1,000 in income during your first 10 days on the job. So I would love for everybody on here to like make that like a bare minimum goal, or like try to make that like one of your goals. Like, hey, make your first $1,000 as quick as possible, right? Your first 10 days, a week and a half. So that's the slicing set right there. That comes with the bread slicer and the turning fork. All right, so that's a really cool set to have. Now, what's cool about this one? This comes in the galley set and above. So galley set, the Homemaker, Signature, Ultimate set. And then to shoot for 6,000, I'd be focusing on doing about 25 demos. Like I feel like that, like 6,000 and 7,000 are around like the same amount of demos. 25 demos should get you to 6K. All right. 5,000, you get the Petite Chef. So this is your food processor for the kitchen. So this is the one that you saw the chef dicing, chopping, mincing, the onions, the garlic, the celery, the carrots. So this is just a really fun tool to have in the kitchen. This is the tool I like to use when I want to feel like a chef. Like if I watch too many cooking shows, I grab this one because it makes me look cool. But yeah, the chef knife is a really fun one to have. This one comes in the Essential set and above. So Essentials, the Galley, Homemaker, Signature, Ultimate. So it comes in most of our sets. It's one of our staples, and it's a really great tool to have. Now, right here, I'd be focusing on 20 demos. All right, 20 demos is a good goal to hit 5,000 during your first 10 days. So now, when we look at 20 demos across 10 days, that's only 2 demos per day. And I was looking at Q, and I see some of you guys like have like 4 just today, right? So that's really exciting. So I think this is the level that's manageable for everybody, right? And let's just say the demo takes long, like an hour and a half, 90 minutes. That's just 3 hours per day, right? So it's like, could you do 3 hours per day of like work during your first 10 days? Okay. 4,000. 4,000, you win that cheese knife. Who liked the cheese knife? Yeah, I like the cheese knife. Cheese knife is awesome. So it's at 4,000. So the traditional cheese knife, this doesn't come in as many of our sets, but it comes in all the big ones. So it comes in the signature, comes in the ultimate set. But this is one of the #1 add-ons that customers add to their collection, no matter what set they have. People always add the cheese knife. So you might have a customer that has a homemaker. You might run into a Cutco owner that already has a set. Most people ask about the cheese knife. So this is just a really cool knife to use because the holes, what it does, it creates air pockets. So this way the cheese doesn't stick to the blade. So that way you're not cutting through a block of cheese and it gets stuck, or cutting through potatoes. It's really great for potatoes. Like my girlfriend, this is her favorite knife. She uses this for potatoes, sweet potatoes all the time. So so that's the traditional cheese knife. Sorry, I almost skipped that. So right here at 4,000, again, I would be focusing at 20 demos. All right, so 15 to 20 demos, somewhere around that range. Now, some of these levels, you guys might knock out this weekend. All right, somebody on here is going to sell $4,000 their first weekend on the job. Now, also, 4,000 is a great goal for your Fast Start contest as well. Right, so right here at 4,000, you've now earned $600 in income. Not too shabby. All right, so $600 in income. So those of you guys that want to go big, I know some of you guys are like, I'm trying to do 15, 20 appointments just this weekend. I think this is a great goal to shoot for your first weekend. Okay. 3,000, you earn the super shears. Yeah, you get your very own penny cutters. All right, I already can see it right now. Some of you guys just going home trying to cut pennies and destroy things. Chill out. All right. But you guys get the super shears at 3,000. All right. 3,000 is also your second promotion. So you'd be earning 20% at that point, which is really exciting. Also at this point, like right here, 3,000, 15 demos. All right. It takes about 15 demos to sell about 3,000. All right, now just so you guys know, when I'm going with these like demo goals, I'm going based off of the lowest of the low averages. So I want to give you guys the lowest of the low averages. So this way, if you did 15 demos and you hit the lowest of the low averages, you're still going to sell 3K. Many of you guys are going to hit that a little bit faster. Some of you guys might hit 3K in less than 10 demos. All right, some of you guys might hit 3K just on one order. All right, so when I'm giving you guys these numbers, based off of the low numbers, but if you guys practice, learn your manual, you'll have a little bit higher averages, of course. Now, 15 demos will equal 3K. When you sell 3,000, you've now earned $400 just on the incentive side at that point. So another great goal to shoot for your first weekend as well. 2,500. Ooh, doesn't that meat look good? Do I have any vegans on here? I don't know why that just popped in my mind, but just curious. Daniel looks like a vegan. All right, Petite Carver. All right, Petite Carver. Sorry, Daniel, I'm just picking on you today. All right, so 2,500, you guys get the Petite Carver. So the Petite Carver is cool because it comes in every set. Comes in every single set. So it just like when you're using it, and I think this is something definitely everybody can hit this weekend. I would say this will take about 12 to 15 appointments to earn the Petite Carver at 2,500. Paring knife at 2,000. Paring knife at 2,000. So right here, I would be thinking 10 to 12 appointments. All right, 10 to 12 appointments. This is also a great goal to shoot for your first weekend on the job. Like if I was you, I'd be super pumped if I sold $2,000 this weekend. Like that's super exciting. All right, so 10 to 12 appointments should equal about $2,000 sold, hitting the lowest of the low averages. All right, again, paring knife is another staple tool to have in your collection because it comes in every single set. All right, so it comes in every single set. Oh, the spreader. Yeah, Isaac's pumped for the spreader. All right, this thing is awesome. So that's at 1,500. Okay, 1,500. Should take you about 10 demos. All right, 1,500. Usually you'll hit that in about 10 demos. All right. And then the trimmer. So this is the one that we were gliding through tomatoes with. And the reason this is one of our lower levels is because we want everybody to have the trimmer. This is the most versatile knife in our collection. This is a great knife. It's a great utility knife. So you can use it for a lot of things, from trimming fats off of meats to cutting up your tomatoes, anything like soft and squishy. So it's just it's a really cool knife to use. It's great. So that's at 1,000. So I'd be thinking 7 to 10 demos. Okay, 7 to 10 demos. You should hit about $1,000 sold. Okay. All right, cool. And also 1,000 is your first promotion. All right. 2 orders by advanced training. All right, when you get your first 2 orders by advanced training, a lot of managers don't do a level like this, but I want all of you guys to win Cutco. Like, no matter how busy your weekend, no matter what you think you can get done or anything like that, I want everybody to get a piece of Cutco while they're working with me, because it's the best product in the history of the universe. All right, so you get 2 orders by advanced training. I'm going to buy you guys a table knife. All right, I'm going to buy you guys a table knife, because once you guys eat one meal with this table knife, your life will be changed. I don't say that lightly. Like, it's hard to say like it's a life-changing experience, but it really is. Like, you'll never eat steak, chicken, or veggies the same. Like, every time I go somewhere, like, and they don't have Cutco, I feel like I failed. I'm like, man, why don't they have Cutco? Like, this is brutal. Like, has anybody ever cut something at the table and it like shakes the whole table? Yeah, no more of that with the table knives. We call that the earthquake effect. This eliminates that. All right, literally you just press down and it just goes right through like butter, and you're like, wow, this is what the good life is like. So I want everybody to experience that. So get your first 2 orders, doesn't matter what size, by advanced training, and I'm buying you a table knife. So how do you like this fast start contest so far? Pretty sweet, right? Getting some free Cutco, add into your collection, and you're good. But there's more. All right, there's more. Those of you guys that were on early, you might know what I'm talking about. There's a little bit more to this. All right, VIP night. VIP night. So this is, how do I explain this? I think I explained it earlier. This is like your prom on steroids, right? Like VIP night is kind of like a night of decadence. All right, it's my treat. I'm going to be taking all of our $10,000 fast starters to a luxurious night. We always go to a 5-star restaurant. Some of you guys may have eaten at one. Some of you guys may have not eaten at a 5-star restaurant. Like, my first VIP night experience was my first 5-star experience. So we're going to dress sharp, right? We're going to dress nice and fancy. This is your time to be bougie, right? Wear all that, like all the sparkles and everything, right? I'll be sparkling too. And depending on how many of us, I want there to be so many of us where I'm forced to get like a party bus, and we can pull up to the nicest place I can find, and we're just gonna have a ball. Right? I invite all my VIP winners to this, so it's gonna be like not just your training class, but it might be multiple training classes, plus my Hall of Fame representatives in the office, and we just ball out for a night. Right, like I'll even like send the receipt like around the table. You guys can take a picture and Snapchat it, and you're like, yeah, knife life, baby. And it's crazy. So everyone's budget per plate, just so you guys can kind of get a feel, is about $150 per person is what I spend. So, and you guys, I'm already getting excited talking about it. Every time I go, I'm pretty simple. I order the same thing. I get a $60 filet mignon, $40 lobster tail. I was telling them earlier, I hate wine, but this is one of the rare occasions where I'll drink wine because we're trying to be bougie for the night, right? So I'll drink a glass of wine. I usually get the most expensive one just because why not, right? And then I talk about how bad it sucks the whole night. But it's fun, right? We have a lot of fun, and it's cool. The funniest part about these experiences is usually where we show up, we're all the youngest people there. There's all these like old people there for like big events, and like when we kind of walk in, just imagine like 10 college students, 20-year-olds just walking in, taking over a VIP section of the restaurant, and everyone's like, who the heck are these guys? Why are they getting better service than us? So that's the VIP experience. So we like to have a lot of fun with this, and it's definitely going to be worth it. All right, so that's at 10K. All right, when you do 10,000 your first 10 days on the job. There's more. All right, 12,500. All right, when you do 12,500 for your first 10 days on the job, I'm gonna buy you an entertainer pack. All right, so this way, at this point, you have all the gadgets as well. So you're pretty much almost set with the Cutco collection. All right, I forgot to mention at 10,000, the amount of demos I would be focused on is about 40 demos. All right, what I was telling the guys earlier this morning, pretty much if you do 40 demos with Mac customers, you're guaranteed to hit 10K. Like out of my years of training representatives, I just haven't seen somebody do 40 demos and not sell 10K. 4 demos per day. All right, 4 demos per day. All right. 12,500. I would say this is going to take about 45 to 50 demos. 45 to 50 demos. Oh, I got hiccups. It's because I was drooling all over that food I was thinking in my mind. All right. So what'd I say? 40 to 45 demos? Or 45 to 50. 45 to 50 demos. All right, now 15,000, you get the block. 15,000, you get the block. And I know some of you guys are like, what? I'm not selling 15,000 just for a block. The heck? All right, so I got a little secret for you guys. If you didn't figure it out already, all the prizes are cumulative. So whatever level you guys get to, you get everything below it. So think about it. By the time you hit 15,000, you have a complete homemaker set plus all the accessories. So you are set for life. Is this fast start contest pretty decent? All right, cool. So I have another little kicker for you guys. Actually, no, I'm not going to tell you guys yet. You guys aren't ready. All right, 20,000. All right, we do 20,000 for your first 10 days on the job. Who could use a little vacation after we're officially safe to go back to normal life? I know I could. Abby, yeah. So all expense paid trip. All right, this year's incentive trip is going to be to Cabo San Lucas. I think this video is from Cabo. A couple years ago. Last year, or I guess this year, earlier this year, this was right before quarantine happened and all the virus stuff. We went to Puerto Vallarta, and here's the great thing. Sometimes we'll go to Cancun. Like it's always going to be somewhere in Mexico at the tropical nicest resort we can find, and we always stay at a 5-star resort. You got to think about it. We sell the world's finest knives, like high quality knives. Why would we go to like a whack resort? So we do it big as a company. All right, 5-star resort. Has anybody ever stayed at an all-inclusive resort before? Okay, so what all-inclusive means is all you can eat, all you can drink. Drinking age in Mexico is 18. So sorry, 17-year-olds. It's Mexico. They're not gonna check. All right, I didn't say that. But yeah, it's great. All right, so my routine there is like I wake up at like 11, get ready for the day, grab my margarita, hit the pool, grab some tacos, and then I just repeat. all day. It's just fantastic. And like at an all inclusive resort, that includes like room service and all that stuff. And you got to do it at least once in your life, where you like wake up or get to your room back at like 3 a.m. and you're like, I'm hungry. Let me order a steak to my room. You just got to do it once in your life. It just feels so awesome. All right, so it's really fun. You know what? Let me just stop talking. Let me just play the video. All right, this is from our trip 2 years ago. It's always warm in Mexico. The beaches are great. They're way better than our beaches. Is that really loud? Let's turn it down a little bit. And then we have like little excursions that you can do. Most of this stuff is all on the resort, so you never have to leave the resort, which is great. Oh yeah, like that trip we partied with like the Seahawks. They were in Mexico at like our resort, so that was cool. There was like pictures of Richard Sherman and stuff. Those of you guys that like golf, does anybody like golf? Oh, nice. Got some golfers. I love golf. I golfed 2 days ago. I love the jet skis. Barracudas. So do I need to say any more? All right, so that's the top prize level for a reason. So 20,000. So we just had somebody sell 16,000 last week. So last week they just finished their fast start. They sold 16,500. It was Donovan in our San Diego office. And he went through the same exact training. And here's the only difference between Donovan and everybody else in his training group. He did 57 demos. Okay, he did 57 demos. So to shoot for 20,000, I would be focusing anywhere between like 55 and 65 demos. All right, and it's not easy. All right, I'd be lying if I said, oh yeah, that's super easy. People do it all the time. No, it's gonna take a significant amount of time. It's going to take some work, and basically you just got to grind your first 10 days. All right. If you grind your first 10 days, I promise it's going to be worth it. All right. So if you're super serious about going for like 20,000. So right now, Tony has the record. He barely missed 20,000. He has the record at 19,000, like 500. We still need somebody to hit 20,000 in our division. Okay. Now, let me know if you guys like that Mexico trip. Show me like something in your camera that like that was cool. Would anybody be down for me to make that a little bit easier to hit? Okay. So what I was telling some of the people that were here early, thank you guys for keeping your secret, keeping your word. I told them a little secret. Your guys' training class is actually a very special training class, just because of the timing of the year that you guys are starting. You're starting during our winter break program. So we have during this time, because we also want to start off 2021 like the right way. We want to start it off strong. We're making this trip a little bit easier to hit for you guys. Only for this training class, and I think my next training class, which is like in 2021, we're letting you guys be able to hit this trip, all inclusive trip at the $15,000 level. Okay. So it's one of the rare times that we do this. Like Teresa, she started in this same training class. A big reason why she sold over 10,000 in her first 10 days was because I told her the same thing. I was like, hey, you just started at the right time. you got to hit this. Like, why does my light keep going out? You got to hit this to hit Mexico. And she hit it. She won the Mexico trip. And then what was cool is she invited her mom. She paid for her mom, and they had a blast. Like, I bought the massages, and I was like, go have fun, guys. All right. So you guys are one of the special groups that get that opportunity. So I know not everybody was planning on like working crazy hard, but if you did, it would definitely be worth it. Okay. It would definitely be worth it. All right, cool. So that's the Fast Start contest. So in the chat box, oops. In the chat box, go ahead and let me know what prize level are you shooting for? All right, Eduardo wants to go big, 15K. All right, 10,000 for Linda. $10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 15,000, 5,000, 15,000. All right, now those of you guys that are giving me big goals, I want to scare you off of it a little bit. All right, remember the amount of appointments it's going to take. It's going to take some significant time. And basically, like, we need to talk every single day. Like, I need to own you for the next 10 days to make sure you guys hit this goal. So if you're down for that, like, I'll work. I just want to know before like I commit to like making sure you hit this goal. I want to make sure that you guys are down for that as well. Okay. So I know I can make things sound awesome, right? Like I know, like I'm good at what I do. So don't get caught up in the like me promoting it and showing how awesome it is. So make sure it's something that you seriously want to do. You're going to work hard, and then we'll make this happen. All right. I'm down to help you guys. All right. Yeah, like Eduardo, if you make like big sales and fewer demos, that's definitely going to help you hit it quicker. So you're more than welcome to do that, right? So that's a good question. Okay, cool. So that is the Fast Start contest. Give me 1 second. All right. I'm just gonna go through what you need to do to get your Vector Connect account set up one more time. So vectorconnect.com, you're gonna go to create username, add your email that we've been using for all the stuff that we've been sending you emails, cell phone number, choose a username, something simple that you're gonna remember, choose a password, submit it. You should receive a code, a confirmation code in your email. And then once you receive that code, you're gonna come up right here to where it says click here. Add your username, that verification code in your email, submit it, and then you're gonna need to set up your account, okay? So you'll be able to log in, and then it's gonna have a couple questions for you guys to get your account set up. When you set up your direct deposit, account number, routing number is what you'll need. You don't need a check number.
It will take a minute to populate all the products once you log in for the first time. Be sure to pay attention to the video as we're walking through the app so that you see where everything is and how it works. I think you'll see this is a pretty intuitive app, but we're going to go through some of the features that you'll be able to use when submitting your orders. The cool thing is that it does all the math and all the work for you. So let's walk through and you'll see how great this is.
To begin an order, start by clicking the shop link located in the left-hand side of the app in the hamburger menu. When reaching the shop page, the first step for a representative to do is to set up the configuration options. Do this by clicking the gear icon, choose the location of your order to virtual demo. The shop page is organized in the same layout as is the current price list, but now presented visually with all of the categories on this page laid out in the same order as on the price list. Get any product or price information. At the top of the shop page, We have our block sets represented in a carousel, defaulting on our best-selling set, the Homemaker. You can swipe through to cycle through smaller or bigger block sets and direct select on any image to begin working with it. Under the block sets are all of our product category areas. Clicking inside any of these will display all of the individual items that fall within that category. As we click on the Homemaker Pieces category, it will show all the individual items inside this category. Clicking the back arrow will return you to the general shop page. You will see the magnifying glass icon in the upper right-hand corner of the app. If we are looking for super shears, you can key in the word shears. Or if you know an item's exact number, you can enter that as well. We have selected the Homemaker. As you can see, it defaults to the most popular version of our Homemaker, Classic, and a honey oak block with classic table knives. Scroll down to change storage options and handle colors. When you are all set with how you want the customer's item or set to be, simply scroll to the bottom and click Add to Cart. If you need to make any changes to an item or a set, once it is in the cart, you are always able to access the item directly from the cart as well. When there is a set added to the cart in the app, you can see at the bottom of the app, there are two buttons in light blue on the left and right, Savings and Upgrade. What those buttons do is activate the set comparison feature by taking the current set highlighted in your cart and comparing that either to the next size up in our line when clicking the upgrade button, or the step down set in our line by clicking Savings. With the Homemaker in our cart, by clicking Upgrade. Since we had a Homemaker in our cart, we are comparing this to the Signature set. What displays is a side-by-side comparison of the sets. At the end of the page, there is a price difference in full and per payment also broken down for you. It makes it easy for you to make any changes or keep things as is. If there are no changes and a customer chooses to keep the existing set they were looking at, click Keep Existing. If, however, they are ready for the upgrade, click Replace Set, and the cart is instantly updated with the upgraded set that you were just comparing to your cart. As items are added into your cart, you will see that the blue order ribbon updates automatically with order information about the items in your cart, including item pricing and CPO totals. A touch and drag down motion on the order ribbon will display detail items from the cart on the order in the health indicator and payment estimator. First, let's talk about the order health indicator so as not to be giving away too many bonus points. In addition to the order health indicator bar here in the order ribbon, as represented by a thumbs up, thumbs down icon on the left side of this bar, green, perfect, you'll see a green thumbs up. Orange, good, with a red thumbs down, you are currently too high. Below the health indicator is the payment estimator. With any items added, removed, quantities changed, or assigned at bonus in the cart, the blue order ribbon is live updating and will automatically adjust to changes made into the cart for you. Built within the app is a powerful feature to support you, that being the Bonus Advisor feature, currently based upon the most popular items that are being given at bonus. When clicking Bonus Advisor at the bottom of the app, you can see what items are currently bonused in the cart, and underneath there, a search window with additional configuration options. Display items being shown by popularity or by their point designation. For this example, we'll take the first item that is showing in our Bonus Advisor results area and add that item to the cart. It brings it to the item's currently bonused area with the ability to adjust the quantity. A quick swipe down again of the order ribbon shows the updated health indicator with the newly added bonus items, and you'll be ready to move on to checkout. Clicking on the shopping cart icon on each item that's in a cart, you can press on the three dots that will display more options available. This will allow you to do things like bonus, engrave, or delete an item that have been added into the cart. To bonus any items in the cart currently being charged to the customer, a simple click on the three dots to display the more options area, and a click on the blue bonus checkmark box will now bonus the item. In doing so, you can see that the cart price for the shears drops to 0 and the order ribbon automatically updates what a customer would pay and the CPO with these new cart changes. You will see that the bonus points given and the payment estimator areas have now been adjusted. On any item that is in your cart that you would like to have engraved, press the 3 dots and then press the engrave button to head to the engraving area. Click checkout to begin the app's 3-step checkout process. The first step is to enter the customer's information. The customer type of a new, reorder, or service call type is required for you to select. After entering in the customer information, billing, and shipping information in the first step, you are taken into the second step for a payment and shipment method. Choose the type of shipping between regular ground or express and the payment type. You can also see the payment breakdown represented for you to select with the customer what their payments would be, including the admin fee, but not including the tax amount. Clicking Next takes you to the third and final step to review the current order info and put in the payment information to complete the order. Take the time to review the billing, shipping, order information, as well as the items included, color, blade options, and items given at bonus. The cost of the order follows underneath the item listing. Enter in the credit card information, include the credit card's expiration date and the format requested. Have the customer sign the box for the order and check to authorize the payments as outlined for them. If it is a phone order or a virtual demo, you click the customer not present checkbox. A representative can also request to have a copy of the receipt emailed directly to them for their records as well. Clicking place order sends the order into Olean, where a screen prompt displays a confirmation screen, including order number and a timestamp of the date and time it was received, along with options for sending the customer an electronic version of their receipt.
Let me pause real quick. So this is like one of the last pages, and it's easy to say like, okay, cool, I'm done. Make sure you send the customer a receipt. And I would highly recommend sending the email. So it's a configure email. So there's a template. You just choose new customer template. If they already own Cutco, just choose the repeat customer template. Plugs in your name, your phone number at the bottom of it, and you can attach a receipt to it. It just looks really professional. Plus they have all your information if they need more stuff.
Receipt, an ability for the rep to save a copy of their version of the receipt, and lastly, the ability for a rep to send a customized email. Click I'm done, and the app will take you back to the shop page to start a new order. Congratulations, you have just submitted an order on our mobile Rolo app. Vector.
Okay, any questions on that?
I have a question.
Okay, hold on. I heard one.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Are you able to post the video like somewhere of what he's doing?
Yeah, so this video, you can find it on Vector Connect.
Okay.
Underneath right here, it says Cutco Orders app, where it says walkthroughs. You can find all the detailed step-by-step walkthroughs. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. All
For
right.
the signing part, how do we send them the paperwork, or how do they sign it?
So if it's in person, like let's say you do it with like your parents or a family member that you're with, you can have them sign it right there, or there's a little checkbox that says customer is not present. And that's okay too, because everybody knows that everyone's working virtual, so that's fine. Good questions. Any other questions?
I know. I was. That's why I was looking at your thing, your name, so I could see how it was to log in.
Oh, okay.
That's what I was just doing.
Cool.
I'm just trying to figure out how to do that. I still haven't got in.
No worries. And then Tanisha, like if you need some help, you can stick on after we're done, and then I can help you out with some extra stuff. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So you guys know how to input an order now. All right, now I just have one more thing to teach. Then I'm just gonna review everything and then we're done. Okay. So open up a separate sheet of notebook, or not a separate sheet of notebook. I forgot words. I don't know how to talk anymore. All right. Open up a separate sheet of paper, like a blank sheet of paper. And I want you guys to set it up like this. So at the top of the paper, it's going to say referred by, name, cell phone, area, relation. So name, cell phone, area, relation. And then go ahead and number it from 1 to 10.
You said name and what else?
So name, cell phone, area, and relation at the top. Number it from 1 to 10. Put a star at 5 and put a star at 10. Okay, so this part of training, even if you forgot everything else that we taught you, don't forget this. Okay, so don't forget this. Probably one of the most important parts of your job and having a really great fast start is recommendations. Okay, so that's what we're going to talk about right now. And I wanted to talk about this at the end just because it'll stay fresh in your mind. All right, more recommendations equals more demos, right? Like let's say you have your top 5, top 10 scheduled right now, and then each of those appointments that recommend you to 5 or 10 more people. Let's say you did 10 appointments, got 10 recommendations from each of them. Now you have 100 new contacts to follow up with. And you see how that can grow, right? Obviously, you're not going to be able to see all 100 right away, but let's say you scheduled 20 of them. And then from all those 20, you got 10 more recommendations, right? And you can see how that can grow pretty quick, right? So you want to make sure you understand how this works, and you want to really get good at this, right? Because more demos equals more sales opportunities, which equals more income. Now, a good average, like a solid average, is 5. All right. If you want to make sure you're crushing it, I would shoot for 10 average. But the minimum average you want to have is about 5 per demo, and have your customers give you the names first, and then you ask for their numbers. And then you want to promote the sponsorship levels and have the customers fill out the Google form. So I'm not a big fan of having them fill out the Google form until like after you're done. So I send them the Google form at the very end, and you'll understand what I'm talking about. But I want you guys to actually like write them down, because if you just send them the link, you're like, hey, can you fill that out for me and recommend me to people? Most people forget about it and they never get to it. So just while you're on there, like, hey, this is like the most important part, and then so on and so forth. So I'm actually going to have Drew Frank teach you guys the recommendations section. And then in the WhatsApp group chat, I'm going to post the recommendation script and the Facebook approach for you guys in there. So just give me 1 second. I'll post that in a second, but we'll go ahead and get started on the video. Let's see. So for now, everyone just go into your manual.
Script.
And then in your manual at the top, you're going to see recos. Recos is just short for recommendations. So you guys can follow along with him when he's going through this. And let me see something. All right.
Okay, step 1. Mrs. Jones, how did you like my demo? Great. Go ahead and pull out your cell phone, because there's one more very important part. Here's where you can really help me out. I get paid every time I show Cutco, but I can only show it to people I've been personally recommended to. I'm trying to keep my schedule full in order to hit my goal. So what I need you to do is grab your phone. Please open your contacts and let's just jot down the first 100 names that come to mind.
I'm just kidding. Just 10 people who might be nice enough to help me out. I'm not looking for people you think would buy, just nice people like you willing to take a look. I have my pen ready. Who do you think we can add first? Thank you so much for your help. I really appreciate it. By the way, Mrs. Jones, you can help me out to build my kit. If you can give me 5 recommendations, you become a sponsor. If you give me 10 or more, you become a double sponsor. Once I have 50 sponsors, I get a free piece of Cutco from my manager. Okay, let's talk about some of the details. And I also want to talk about the 2 ways that we can retrieve and collect names and numbers so we can stay organized. So let's go over the main keys to the approach first. We want to emphasize how much the customer is helping you out and how important referrals are. This is really, a lot of people would say, the most important part of your presentation. So we want to stress the fact that they're helping you out, stress the fact that you're looking for nice people, not just people looking to buy, but nice people like them willing to take a look. And certainly a little flattery doesn't hurt. Now, when we ask for a specific number of 10, it's really important. Now, we make the joke of saying 100. No, I'm just kidding. 10 is great. And the reason why we give that expectation is because we want to give a number for the customer to shoot for. I'll give you an example. If you remember when you were in school and a teacher would tell you to write a paper, the first question you would ask is, how many pages or how long? Now, if they said write a 10-page paper, you would do your best to get up to 10 pages. If they just said write as many pages as you want, you would probably write 2 or 3 pages or maybe even 1 and then call it good. Well, it's the same thing with referrals. If you just say as many as you can, or if you don't give a specific number to shoot for or a goal, then your customer has no idea how many you would really ideally like. So by telling them the number that you would ideally like, joking with 100 and then saying 10, well, at least they know what your expectation is and they can shoot for that number. Now, if you ask for 10 and they give you 5, is that okay? Of course. If you ask for 10 and they give you 2 or 3, is that okay? Maybe. If you ask for 10 and they give you 8 or 9, of course, that's great, 10. And a lot of people will get you 10. And what I'll tell you is the more practice you get, the more repetition, the more you learn your script and get comfortable with it, and you're able to ask confidently and smile and nod your head, you're going to get a lot more people giving you 10 or more. And this is a great way to build your business. What I love about referrals is that we can ask for referrals for literally anyone, anywhere, because we can show anybody Cutco using this incredible platform. So don't be afraid to ask for more. If you have social butterflies like mom or grandma or your aunt or uncle or your best friend's mom, it is not uncommon for customers to unleash their entire address book and literally give hundreds of referrals for our reps to reach out to. We have an incredible product. Cutco is the greatest product, greatest kitchen product in the history of the universe, the sharpest, most sanitary knives that you can get, and makes cooking a joy, and it really brightens up people's lives. And to be able to share that with friends, customers love doing that. So don't be afraid to ask for a ton of referrals. We have an incredible product, and they get to see it from an incredible person in you. So step 1 is asking for referrals. We want to ask for 10. Now, there are 2 ways that you can retrieve names and numbers. In the script where it says, I have a pen ready, who do you think we can add first? That's the first way, and it's very simple, and that's the manual transmission of having them read through their phone. Now, another important point is make sure they grab their cell phone. In the script, we say it twice because it's so important. If your customer tried to think of names and numbers of all of their family and friends off the top of their head, they'd be sitting there staring at the ceiling and tapping their fingers on the table because they're not going to be able to think of any. So make sure they get up their phone. I always found that when my customers started scrolling through their phone, they would go through like the A's, the B's, and the C's. They would get like addicted to it. And I would sometimes get 20, 30, 40 referrals because they would just keep going through. A lot of times our reps will give thought joggers or try to prompt Mrs. Jones to think of some more people. Anyway, make sure they grab their phone. And then the second option, as I said, you can have them manually transmit where they just read off the names and numbers. The second way that you can collect names and numbers, and this most of our reps find is the easiest way. But if you're going to do this way, you have to make sure your customer takes the first step and they actually go along and click through the options. And that is the website helpmehitmygoal.com. And this is an online form that and it's right on your manual page, and you click it. The customer also has access to it on their page as well. So they click the customer recommendations form.
This is at the very end of the third slide.
Their name, they type in your email address, and then they can type in the name and phone number of everybody they want to refer you to. Now, this is the most simple and easy way to go through the process, especially because it has, as you see, at 5, there's a star for a sponsor. And at 10, there's a star for a double sponsor. So to review, if a customer gives you at least 5 names and numbers, they become a sponsor. If they give you 10 or more, they become a double sponsor. There's no triple or quadruple sponsor. So if your social butterflies, your aunts and uncles and your best friend's parents and those customers that you really connect with, if they want to give you 30, 40, 50, 100 referrals, sometimes we have customers that literally give the entire address book to their representatives because they're so tied into their goals. They want to help them out. And they also realize that Cutco is an unbelievable product and their friends could really benefit from an appointment. And, you know, going through the website and walking through the presentation for a few minutes with a motivated, passionate salesperson, that's a great use of their time, and most people would appreciate that. So don't be afraid to ask for more, especially with those social butterflies, but you have the notations on 5 and 10 for the sponsor and the double sponsor. This sheet goes up to 15, and a lot of representatives, instead of asking for 10, they'll ask for 15 or more as they get more and more comfortable and confident. But we want to share and spread the Cutco love and get as many referrals as possible and help build your business. So that is the referral link. I would say most reps will try to use that referral link because it is the easiest and most effective way. Those referrals get emailed right to you. You can print them off and put them in a binder like you saw that I had, or you can save them on the desktop on your computer, but make sure that you have a way that you can organize all your leads. And if you're going to write it down, make sure you set up your notebook appropriately the right way so you can have all your pages set up for your customers. Again, focus on the sponsor and the double sponsor because we want to try to get at least 5 or 10 referrals from each customer. And the more you're promoting the sponsorship, the more you're going to fall on those 2 numbers.
All right, cool. Sorry, I got a dog bugging me right now, but that's Kobe, my dog, my puppy. He likes to always meet the training classes for some reason. It's always like around this time. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I sent you guys the recommendations approach that we kind of adjusted it a little bit for our division. I sent it to you guys in WhatsApp. All right, in WhatsApp. So I'm gonna create some breakout rooms, and I'm gonna have you guys just practice this just 2 times each, just due to time. All right, we're gonna practice this 2 times each. And this script right here, this is the only script I'm gonna ask you guys to get memorized. Okay, so this is the only script I want you guys to actually really learn this, and you want to have this one memorized. The other parts of the manual, read those word for word. This is the only part of the demo that you want to kind of get dialed in because confidence is key, and you just want to know what you want to look like. You know what you're talking about right here. Okay. So let's delete the room. Recreate breakout rooms. How many of us? So we'll do. Give me 1 second. Okay, so we're going to create breakout rooms. You should see it open up. So PDI stands for personal daily interaction. Communication is probably on the day-to-day basis while you guys are working with us is the most important thing. Because I'm not a mind reader. I don't know what's going on with everyone's situation. So I need your guys' help to communicate that to me, especially more so ever than before, because we're doing a work from home position where I'm not going to see you guys at the office and I can ask questions and talk to you guys. So we need to have a little bit more phone communication, whether it's a phone call, a WhatsApp voice memo, or a text. We just got to have some sorts of communication. Now, to get credit for your appointments, you need to check in. Okay, so here's what we can't have happen is like someone that doesn't call in and check in, and then they say on Monday, like, oh yeah, I did 10 appointments and I didn't know about any of them. That cannot happen. And I hope you understand that for obvious reasons, right? So like this is important for your base pay. So this way you guys can receive your base pay, because once you guys call in, myself or one of my assistant managers, they'll check you guys off the list like, okay, cool. Camille, she checked in for her 2 o'clock appointment. Maya has checked in for her 5:30, right? And so we can mark that off on our QApps, the manager QApps. So that's very important. Now, the time in your appointment where I want you guys to check in is like for sure after you present the homemaker set, whether the customer says yes or no. I want you guys to check in right there, because obviously 2 days of training, I can't teach you everything you need, but there's going to be a couple transitional things that I'll teach you guys during your appointments. Now, more communication shows your commitment. I naturally invest more of my time into the people that I know that want to do well, right? That are committed and that have great communication. Because like I said yesterday, like I'm not a babysitter. Like I'm not here to like baby you every step of the way. So if you're not communicating, like I'm gonna reach out because I want to help everybody succeed. But if I get the feeling that you don't want it as bad as I want it for you, like as bad as I want you guys to succeed, like there's a lot of people I have to work with, right? There's a lot of people on the team. So so I want to work with everybody. I want everybody to give their best attention, their best efforts. Now on good days, it's really important to communicate, right? Because there's going to be some days where you guys are going to feel on top of the world. Now, here's my job as a coach is to keep you level, right? So when like Abby, Elizabeth, when you're crushing it, you hit your first, second promotion this weekend and you're just feeling it and you're like, yeah, I'm a badass. I know. I'm going to be like, whoa, chill a little bit. This is only like your first two days. All right. You remember the 10-80-10 rule, right? So just make sure you're confident, but you need to focus on scheduling more appointments, all right? Or else it doesn't matter. Anybody can have a good 1 day or 2 days, all right? So that's kind of what I'm here for, to also help you think a little bit bigger. I'm like, yeah, that's awesome. You sold $3,000 today, but how come you didn't sell 6? What held you back from there, right? And get you to expand your mind a little bit, expand your thinking. On the bad days, I'm here to pick you up, give you the confidence boost. All right. So, and here's what you don't want to do is like when you have a bad day, don't get nervous to call in. All right. I've had this happen before with representatives. They like to call in when they're doing good. They like me saying like, great job, you're doing awesome. But when they get a no sale or they feel like the demo didn't go as well, they don't call in. All right. So don't do that. Don't do that. That's really important. All right. That's part of the development process. And I'm never going to be like, what the heck, Isaac, you didn't sell anything? You suck. No, that's not how I roll. All right. So it's always going to be, usually I'm just going to be like, hey, no worries, shrug it off. And if you notice that you're like, oh man, I'm not getting my sales as like quickly as I thought, like, let me know that, right? If you feel like you're like off or something's not like right, let me know. So this way I can help you out. All right. I have lots of resources and tools to help you guys solve like whatever the issue or the problem is. All right. So make sure you guys communicate. Also, I have you guys calling for coaching, calling in for deals. All right, now here are the guidelines. Okay, so I want you guys to write down this next slide. So call your manager when I get to the homemaker set to check in, whether they definitely want it or they're on the fence, right? They're not sure or they're not interested. Still call to check in with your manager. Now, if you need help during a demo, call us. Now you notice I put call us 2 times right there. All right, great example is Alexandria on our team. Alexandra, she's calling me right now. So this wasn't even planned. Alex, how's it going? I'm doing great. How can I help you? Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, cool. So I'm finishing up training right now. So I got a bunch of people on training. So once I'm done, is it okay if I call you back and then we can go over it to figure it out? Okay, cool. All right. I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for letting me know. All right, bye. So perfect example. Alex just had a question, right? So that question wasn't like something quick I could answer right now. So like if I'm busy, I'm like, hey, is it okay if I call you back when we're done training so we can figure that out, right? So then I'm going to call her back and help her out, right? So anything, right? And it's like something simple, and so just communicate, all right? So and that's why, great example is why she's crushing it, right? She's doing really well, and she's a great communicator. Okay. Now you notice when I said if I need help during the demo, call twice. All right. So let's say like sometimes like if there was a different part of training where I was focused on getting this section done, I might have not answered that call right away. But then if she called twice, lets me know that it's a little bit more urgent, right? I always call everybody back and reach back out to everybody. But if I'm like busy, call me twice. So this way I know it's like urgent. Like let's say you're with a customer and they need to know this one question to make like sell this ultimate set or a homemaker or something like that. Call me twice. If I still don't answer, call the office number. Okay. So I'm going to give you guys the office number in 1 second. But sometimes I'm in meetings and stuff like that. So call your coach, call your manager twice if it's urgent, like something that you need like the answer to right this second. Now, if it can wait, like maybe it's just like a quick question that's not like urgent and it can wait like 5, 10, 15 minutes. Relax. All right. So relax because there's a lot of people calling. So relax. Somebody will reach out to you shortly. Now, if it's like goes like kind of a long time, you're like, hey, just send a text to your person like, hey, I need help with something. Can you call me real quick? Something like that. All right. Now for like simple reschedules and schedule changes. So reschedules and schedule changes, a text message is fine. All right. So the text message, like let's say you're like, so I see Kaylin just popped on. Let's say you're partnered up with Kaylin and you're like, hey, Kaylin, my 6:30 got moved to 7 p.m. You don't need to call him for something like that. You can just send that to him in a quick text. All right. Now I love voice memos. All right, voice memos can also kind of get the same thing done with a call a little bit quicker. Like if you had a quick question that wasn't urgent, send your coach a voice memo on WhatsApp. All right, I love using voice memos. You guys will see me respond to you guys in voice memos a lot just because I can express it clearer versus a text. So if it's something that you don't know how to text, just voice it to me. All right, and now when you send a voice memo, here's a disclaimer. Please try to keep it under 30 seconds. Okay, if it's like longer than 30 seconds, just call me. All right, but I've had people send me 5-minute voice memos and I didn't listen to it at all. I just called them. Okay, like I'm not gonna listen to a 1 minute. Maybe I might listen to a 1 minute, but like anything past that, it's ridiculous. All right, same thing with long messages. Like, does anybody ever send you like those long paragraphs? And you're like, I do not want to read that. That is me. All right, like if you guys can imagine, like on the day you guys started, I think I had 65 text messages. I don't want to go through paragraphs. So what I'm going to do, as soon as I see a paragraph like crazy long, I'm going to call you. All right. So save yourself the text. All right. So just make sure we're communicating effectively. And again, I want to provide a lot of availability. So this way we can get you guys the help and all the resources that you guys need. Okay. So it's 4:10. Okay, cool. So some of you guys, I want to get partnered up with a coach. I don't see all my coaches on here. So some of you guys might get partnered up with a coach a little bit after this. We have Brent on here. We have Kaylin Garcia. So I'm just going to kind of match those people that are going to be working with those guys right now into like a quick breakout room. You guys, I'm going to just kind of give you guys like a quick, like 5 minutes just to kind of introduce yourself, let them know that you'll be like working with them on the day-to-day, and give them your phone number and make sure you guys save each other's contacts. So that way you guys can communicate through WhatsApp and through text. all that great stuff. And then you guys can just pop back in here. Give me 1 second while I create the breakout room real quick. There's Teresa. Recreate, assign manually. Okay. So let's see. We got Teresa, breakout room 1. We'll put Brent in number 2. Kaylin in number 3. Okay.
Oh, hey, Teresa's on.
Teresa is on. Oops. Nope. Sorry, guys, as I take a little longer. So Abby. Cool. And then actually, okay, cool. So I'm gonna open the rooms real quick, you guys. System managers, you guys know what to do. And just take like 5 minutes, don't take too long. And then so I can wrap up training, okay? So you guys that are paired up with one of those coaches, go ahead and join that breakout room. All right. The rest of you guys are with me for now, at least. So it might not always stay like that. Like I might divvy you guys up to another assistant manager, but for now, this is the champion squad. All right. So the mission of this team right here is just kick all the assistant managers' asses. Sorry, me and my assistant managers, we get a little competitive. No, but in all seriousness, first things first, go ahead and write down the office phone number. Oh, we got Kyle here. All right, Kyle Bugatti.
Hello, hello.
Hey, thanks for joining. I didn't think you were going to be here.
I mean, I'll just hop on because it's I gotta go talk to my peeps, you know?
All right, cool. See, Kyle, dedicated. All right, Linda, you're going to be in Kyle's breakout room. So,
Okay.
Kyle, don't take too long because I know you got to go. And,
Yeah.
let's see if I
Can I take Isaac?
Why did you interview Isaac?
Yeah, I interviewed Isaac.
Maybe.
I'm gonna steal you, Isaac. I'm gonna get you.
Let me assign you to breakout room 5.
You hop on now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
All right. No, Isaac, you're more than likely gonna work with Ivan, but he's snowboarding right now. These guys have such a hard life, right? Like, what do I pay these guys for? All right. Okay, cool, guys. So write down the office number. It's 951 534 5120. Oops. Let me write down everyone right here. We got Abby G. We got Elizabeth. Do any of you guys have like a preferred nickname or anything as well? Let me know now, or else I'll create you one. Isaac. And then Camille. Okay, cool. So 951-534-5120. That's the office number. You guys obviously have my personal number already. So if you can't get a hold of me for whatever reason, I'm pretty available for the most part, except for when I'm golfing. All right, you guys got to know that. So when I'm on the golf course, usually my phone's not on me. So I'll communicate that also with you guys. I'm like, hey, I'm going to be unavailable for like the next 4 hours. Call the office number. That's where you're going to reach out to. It's connected to my phone as well as all the other assistant managers. So that way, if you need help or you're in an appointment, you can still get help and get coaching and all that stuff. And they communicate with me. So you guys can trust all my assistant managers. Like I trust them with my lives. So whatever you tell them, it's like you're talking to me. They'll share that information with me unless you ask them not to. They definitely like respect that. So yeah, those guys are super awesome. I trust them with everything. So they run my business essentially. All right. With you guys, I kind of want to, while I have you guys here, I want to set up a time for our one-on-ones on Sunday. Ideally in the morning, actually like the afternoonish. So I'll start with you, Elizabeth. Do you have availability on Sunday at 11 for like a 15, 20-minute combo? Here, I'll offer my times that I have available, and then let me know which time works best for you guys.
Yeah, 11 works.
Okay. 11 a.m. Sunday. Okay, Camille, how about you? On Sunday, like around that time, like 11:30. Can you do 11:30?
I have an appointment at 12, so I don't know.
We'll be done.
Would I be fine by 12?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. Abby, can you do 12?
Yeah.
Perfect. And then Isaac, could you do 12:30?
Yes, I can.
Beautiful. That's the smoothest that's ever went. All right, cool. So yeah, during that one-on-one, that's where I'll get to focus on you guys a little bit more, just you guys, and something to just kind of have ready. Like if you have a schedule that's like going on during your fast start, I know many of you guys are on winter break, but those of you guys that aren't, or if you have something else going on, just let me know. I think some of you guys like that are softball players kind of communicate that you have practice either in the morning or the evening some days. And basically we're going to figure out like goals, like how many days do you want to work? Like what is a good work week would look like for you? I want to also know some personal goals that you guys are like trying to shoot for. Like, why are you working, right? Are you trying to save money for something? Are you trying to hit a target by the end of the year? Like all those types of things. And then we'll go over like your lists, and then you guys can ask any other questions or anything like that. Okay. All right. Any questions while you guys have me here right now?
So for when we're reading the manual, and we have our myvectordemo.com, are we also having the yourvectordemo.com open at the same time?
Yeah, so we're gonna do a quick demo review. So when you're doing it, you want to make sure your customer only sees the Your Cutco demo. All right. You don't want them to see your manual, so to speak. So if you can either use your manual on your phone, it's mobile friendly. I can send you a copy where you could print it out. So if you want to have it physical, or if you have multiple monitors or an iPad or something, you can keep it on one of the other screens.
Okay.
Okay.
And when you're reading it and you get to like the bottom of the first page and you have to transfer, so how does that whole transfer work? Like when you're asking about the sets and then you do the orders and whatnot, and then you have to go to the gift sets and everything and the price and everything.
So let me get more clear on this. Here, let me start closing down the breakout rooms. Some of them are taking too long. Okay. Let me just kind of get clear on your question real quick. So are we talking about the customer site? Like when you go from this slide where they, let's say they buy a set and then you transition into the gifts and accessories?
And from my side, from when I'm reading the manual on my vector demo, and so I'm going down, and then I reach the homemaker set, and then I call you, and then I go to I click the page 9, so I get the prices, and I'm able to read those, and then I do the drop down, and
we're on like the gifts and accessories slide where like you don't have those prices.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then from there, it's like asking for the references and everything. And so the transition from like clicking different buttons to get to the slide and calling and everything, does that just go in order? And it's just all right.
Yeah. So I think I understand your question. I'm gonna do like the full review and then see if I answer it when I'm doing that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Jason had a similar question, so I just was hoping you kind of can start from the beginning and just answer that.
Is it like a transition? Yeah, I'm gonna do a full review right now.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, cool. All right, sweet. Well, thank you guys. You guys are good to go. Make sure these guys crush it. My team's gonna crush you guys. We already talked about it, so no chance.
Linda's gonna crush you, bro.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right,
I'd rather not say anything. We'll let the results speak for themselves.
Oh, trash talk. All right. Cool. So you guys got a chance to meet your coaches and all that great jazz. Okay, so now let's put this all together. All right. Things from yesterday, things from today. Let's put it together and then let's get out of here. Okay. So I'm going to do a quick demo review. Now, this would be a really great time to ask like any specific questions. So Jason, I know you have a question, and then I think I'm going to answer your question, Elizabeth. And if anyone else has questions, like this is a really great time to do this. I'm going to take us from the beginning all the way to the end. Abby, did you have a question?
Yes, I did.
What's up?
So how do we do the Zoom and contact the people? Like, do we input their number onto the Zoom?
Great question. I'm going to answer it right now. Okay. So yeah, we're going from like step one. All right. So reminders. All right. Also get your notes out, write down any questions. Maybe you don't want to ask your question right this second, and then you might want to stick on after training, and then you guys can ask it to me a little bit more one-on-one. So the first things first is I want everybody to do their presentations. Actually, I want everybody to do their presentations via Zoom. Okay, so via Zoom. Now, to create a Zoom account, it's free. All right, as long as you do video chats with just one other person than you. As soon as you do like a large group like this, you do need to pay for like the premium Zoom. And you have unlimited time, whether it's one person. If you have multiple people on, I think you're limited to like 40 minutes or something like that. Now, when you create your Zoom account, can everybody see on their Zoom right now? There's like in the top left corner, you should have like a little green check mark. And that's where you can see all the Zoom details for your Zoom. All right, and if you guys go into the settings, like here's the thing, I'm not gonna spend too much time teaching you guys how to use Zoom. There's this thing called Google, and it works magically. All right, so just Google if you need to like learn how to do a Zoom meeting. But in your meeting, like in your Zoom, you can copy the link for them to click and add that into your confirmation email, or you can send it to your confirmation email before you guys start the appointment. Like just reply to that email. Here's the Zoom link, and then text your customer like, hey, I just sent you the Zoom link. We should be good to go in like 10 minutes, something like that. All right, so Zoom is best just because it's easy to share your screen. Now, if you can't do Zoom, or if you did not figure out Google and Zoom, use FaceTime or Skype or whatever video chat platform. We want to do the presentation face-to-face. That is the mission. We wanted to do it face-to-face, better engagement, better interaction, better results. All right. Now, if you do it through FaceTime, all right, let's say you're using that, you're going to have the customer go to the Your Cutco demo website, which is this one on my right. So your customer will go there. You can pull up your Cutco manual just on your laptop right there. That is totally fine. All right. So you'll just tell them when to click, so on and so forth. And then as the last resort, if like your customer just can't figure out anything with a video, then you can do it over the phone. All right. Then you can do it over the phone. Still works good, just doesn't have that same connection feeling. Okay. So you can do it over the phone, have the customer go to the website. You have your manual on your website and you're just reading the manual on the phone. It's always good to have headphones because, as you guys can tell, I like moving my hands and moving a lot. So it's always good to do that. Cool. All right. So now when we get here, the first part where you actually start your manual is right here on page 1, where it says building rapport, social etiquette. Spend about 5 to 10 minutes before you actually start the presentation. Just talking to them, getting to know them, catching up. Now, with your family, you're probably not getting to know your family and friends, but still talk to them. Just like, hey, so like, what have you guys been up to? I haven't seen you guys since blank. Are we all seeing each other for Christmas? How do you feel about whatever? All right. Now there's three topics you want to typically stay away from with people, just in general: politics, religion, finances. Is that the third one? I think so. Right. So like don't like just be like, hey bro, how much you make? Like that type of finances, right? Like some people are uncomfortable sharing that. So those are the topics you want to stay from, like especially politics and religion right now. Everything's like sensitive. So just avoid those topics. If somebody does bring it up, just say, oh, okay. And then change the topic. All right. So just don't go down that rabbit hole. You guys know why. All right. Now you share your personal story. Quick little share of your personal story. Your customer should still just see this big knife set. Quick share of your personal story. Then you're going to come down right here, and this is where you're going to share your goals. And this is where you tell your customer, like, hey, scroll up. You should see a white box and a blue box that say, what is Cutco? Thanks for helping me reach my goals. Then you tie your customers into your goals and just read it. Now you guys can plug in your fast start goal. So now you know what you want to do during your fast start contest, right? You're like, hey, I want to sell $10,000 in my first 10 days. Or, hey, I'm actually working really hard right now in my first 10 days because I could actually win a free trip to Mexico. Plus, I can win over $1,000 worth of products. So I want to do this because it's going to help me make great income for school. It's going to help this, this, and this. And I'm going to gain lots of experience. Plus, I get to travel. It's going to be great. All right. And then this is where you transition into the actual demo. So like, okay, cool. Let's go ahead and get started. And then we get down to the product video. All right. So again, the right side is what your customer should be viewing. Now, when you're sharing your screen, you should see a green button on your Zoom. So like if you're on your computer, you should see a green button on your Zoom that you can click that says share screen, and you guys can share your screen like that. Now, during the video, you want to remember, make sure you stay engaged, watch their reactions. Don't forget to chime in at minute 2:05, at minute 4:10, and then kind of see how they're liking the video. Now, during this time before you start the video, I would say like, hey, do you guys have like a pen or a piece of paper so you guys can write down any notes or anything that you like or any questions or all that great stuff. All right. After the video ends, you read that, and then you go ahead and tell them to scroll down to where they see the 2 homemaker sets. And then this is where we get into our names and uses. So go ahead and click on the slideshow, Mrs. Jones. Every time you see one of these slideshows, you want your customers to go full screen on this. You want them to go full screen. And then we go through all the names and uses that we did yesterday. So that's all those individual videos, so on and so forth. Just follow the directions. All right. Then we go to storage options. So sorry, I'm not going to go through all the names and uses, but like these videos right here. All right. And during the videos, like when you're playing the videos, keep the conversation going. Keep the rapport building, like come back to that rapport that you started at the very beginning. Feel free to ask some questions. Some great questions are like, hey, what would you use this knife for? How do you like this one? Oh, wasn't that cool? How often do you cut this? So that way you can kind of gauge, right? All those questions, the more questions you guys can ask, the better you can help your customer. Oh, sweet. You like that? I think I already know the perfect set for you, Mrs. Jones. So things like that. Now, if you guys look right here in your slides, if you guys need to like skip around on the slideshows, you guys can just go to the slide 7, click it. There's like a little drop down and you can go to wherever you need. All right, then we go to storage options. Then we show the entertainer pack. And then you share all the tools in the entertainer pack, and then you should be done right there. So now we're done with that first slide. Any questions from the start of the demo to the end of the first slide so far? Are we good?
When you share the screen, what does it show them exactly?
So they would just be seeing, I don't know why I covered it up on my screen, this half right here. So this is all they're gonna see. Now, when you click share screen, you'll see a couple of different boxes pop up. So just share the box that just shows the slide. So like for example, right now I'm sharing my desktop. So anything anything I do on my desktop, they can see. But you can also just share like Google Chrome. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question, Daniel? All right, cool. So just share the website and then they can only see that. Even if you exit out, they won't see like your background stuff or anything. Good question. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you want us to pull up the Your Cutco demo or do they pull it up?
Your Cutco demo, they would pull it up if you're not using Zoom.
Okay.
So if you're doing FaceTime or over the phone, they pull it up. If you're doing Zoom, you would just share it. So they don't need to pull up anything.
Okay, thank you.
Good questions. Okay, so now we're going down to set options. All right, and this is kind of where we started today. So I'm actually not going to spend too much time going over this because literally we spent half the day covering this today. But I do want to just kind of clarify a couple things. So after you're done there, you read the summary, then we go to set options. So right here's our Wusthof and Shun price comparison. When we talk about Wusthof and Shun, you never want to bash the competition. Never talk crap about the competition, because if you know you're the best, you don't talk bad about your competition. You're the best and you keep doing what the best do. But if you start like, oh, Mrs. Jones, look at Wusthof, they suck, look at their prices, they're crap, and then you talk about Cutco, how awesome Cutco is, guess what that makes Cutco sound like? Better crap. Okay? So just build up Wusthof. Like sometimes I even tell customers they're like, wow, that's an expensive price. I'm like, I know, isn't it worth it? Like if I wasn't selling Cutco, like if Cutco didn't exist, I would buy a set of Shun, Mrs. Jones. That's how good they are. And so they're like, oh, okay, yeah, that's not that bad. You're right, right? Because what that does is it builds up Cutco even more. Okay, so always talk good about your competition, especially when you know you're the best. Okay. Now we go to the homemaker sets. All right, these are the first sets that we talk about. Remember on page 9, you can click here and it's going to fill in the prices for you. And then you just continue. All right, so it's going to fill in the prices for you. Go ahead and read that. We talk about Wusthof and Shun, $3,435. Cutco's only $1,326. All right, have them write down the prices. We have the buy now bonus. And Mrs. Jones, hey, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask you. Would you like to try out the homemaker set today and get your free gifts? Smile and nod. Don't read what's in the parentheses. Was there a question? Did I see a question? We good? Okay, cool. So, and then again, if they say no, you got to handle the knee-jerk reaction. Hey, if you don't mind me asking, what was it about the homemaker you were unsure of? And then your responses are right there. And it's okay if it takes you a little minute to find it. Take your time. All right, don't feel pressure, don't feel panic. And if your customer is asking you a lot of questions, that's a good thing. That means that they're interested. Do people ask questions when they're not interested in something? Not at all, right? So if they're interested, they'll ask you a lot of questions. So that's a good thing. And here's something I want to share with you guys. What do you do if you don't know the question? Are you? Yeah, you call me, and you guys are gonna have all the answers. We've only gone through 2 days of training, right? So be honest, communicate properly with your customers. Like, hey, this is a great question, Linda. I actually don't have the answer. I just finished training an hour ago. I'm gonna call my manager really quick so I can learn. All right, and it's okay. Customers appreciate that. And sometimes you guys do such a good job, like from reading the manual, that your customers forget that you're brand new. So they start like drilling you with all these hard questions, and they're like, "Oh man, I forgot." Right? So it's a good thing. Okay. So it's okay to say, "I don't know. I don't have the answer." I'd rather you guys say, "I don't know. I actually don't have that answer yet, but I can find it for you," versus you BSing something and just making something up. All right. We're an honest company. Just be honest. You don't gotta lie. You don't gotta lie to kick it. All right. So then if they say yes to the homemaker, definitely show them the signature and the ultimate set. Even if they say no, I'm like, "Hey, Ms. Jones, these next 2 sets are actually bigger than this one. I just want you to know everything that we have." Okay. I've had a customer say no to everything, and then they're like, "You know what? I'll get the biggest one." And I'm always confused. I'm like, "Okay, whatever." But you never understand people, so don't try. All right. So ultimate set, signature set, we're gonna kind of like bypass those because don't spend too much time on it. It actually creates more interest by you not spending that much time on it. All right. And if you have a customer that's interested in the signature or ultimate set, call us. All right. I'll help you sell one. It's pretty easy to do. All right. Then we have our galley set, and now you drop down slowly and enthusiastically. All right. Now, whatever your customer purchases, let's say your customer purchases the galley set, that's where you're going to stop the presentation. Unless they've expressed interest that they wanted some multiple sets. A good question to ask people when you do make a sale is, how many do you want? All right. So those of you guys thinking a little bit bigger, right? So how many do you want? Like when I sell last year, I sold a studio set, and I just asked the lady, I was like, "How many do you want?" And she's like, "Oh yeah, you're right. I do need other gifts for people. I'll take 4." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Right? Like I've seen somebody sell 3 ultimate sets. By the way, the ultimate's like a $3,000 set, right? Just by asking that one question. "Oh, so how many did you want?" And just ask it like as you're inputting their order. Like, "Hey, how many did you want? Did you want 2 or 3 of these?" Okay, cool. All right, and then just keep going on. All right, so if you stop here, so Elizabeth, this might answer your question a little bit. So let's say you sell a galley set. You're gonna stop here, like, okay, cool. So while I write that up, let's look at some of the gifts and accessories real quick. All right, and then you're gonna transition into the gifts and accessories. Okay, so then you'll go here, and before you even put in the order, like maybe you can get the order started, but still go through the gifts and accessories just in case they want to add anything, and build a wish list. And then like, okay, cool. Let's go ahead and complete your order now. And then you can kind of complete everything, and then you just let them know, "Hey, there's gonna be one more part of this, and then we'll start to wrap it up." And then that's when you get to the recommendations. All right, which is the last slide right here. So that's when you're going to pull out your recommendation script. Thank you so much for taking the time to see my presentation. Now there's one more very important part. Here's where you can really help me out. I get paid every time I show Cutco. I can only show it to people I've been personally recommended to. So what I would love to do is jot down 10 to 15 people who would be nice enough to take a look. I'm not necessarily looking for people who would buy, just nice people like you to take a look. Here's my pen and my notebook. Thank you so much. I really appreciate your help. I still have mine memorized. You want to know why I have mine memorized still? I haven't done a demo in like 4 years, but you want to know why I have it memorized? It made me a crap ton of money. Okay. I'm telling you that that's your moneymaker, that recommendations approach. I learned the hard way. I didn't memorize it and I lost out on a lot of money. Ask the people that were making the most money in the office. They're like, "Yeah, crush recommendations. You'll make a lot of money." So that's what I learned. Okay. So that's that part right there. Write them down on the paper first. Get as many as you can on paper. Try to get to a sponsor at a minimum 5. 10 is the goal. If they got to go, you don't have enough time. You're like, okay, we're almost to a sponsor. Let's get to 5, and then I'll send you a link and you can add on the rest. All right. And then you can just send them this link. And then you're all done with the demo. All right. So did that answer your transitional question, Elizabeth? Okay, cool. Let's see. So yeah, and then right here in the manual, so this way you guys can see it in the manual. We go through like all the custom sets. Let's say they bought a custom set right here. Just go ahead and click here to gifts and accessories in your manual. Takes you to the gifts and accessories. You just drop down to the third slideshow and roll from there. All right. So that's kind of like the review of the demo. Once you finish, send a 30-second voice memo to your coach on WhatsApp or to me and just say, hey, John, just finished my 12 o'clock with Susie. She bought this and I got 5 recommendations. Or maybe it's like, hey, John, I got a no sale, but I still got 2 more appointments. I ended up getting 15 recommendations from her, and then so on and so forth. Okay, cool. So hopefully that helped a little bit. I know it was like a lightning round of a review. Okay, I just have a couple of assignments for you guys. I have a couple of assignments for you guys. And then we can roll. So I want you guys to remember this. Success is a choice. Success is a choice. I know everybody on here feels all different types of ways. Some of you guys are excited. You're just like, John, I want to go do my first one. Some of you guys are nervous. Some of you guys have a mixture of both, where you're like, I don't know if I'm excited or if I'm nervous or if it's both. Some of you guys are just lost. You're like, I don't know what's going on, man. You just talk a lot. All right. So wherever you're at, it doesn't matter. Have fun. All right. That's the most important thing this weekend. All right. Like I said, yesterday's training, it's not that serious. We just sell kitchen products and we have a lot of fun doing it. So just have fun. Be you. Yes, follow the manual and learn the manual, but most importantly, be yourself. Don't be a robot. Try your best to get better on each appointment. But success is a choice. It's a mental thing. So the first thing that you guys need to decide is your confidence. You need to be confident this weekend. All right. No matter if you know what you're doing or not, be confident. All right. Mess up confidently. All right. So confidence in knowing that you're trained well enough, confidence in the manual, confidence that you have the right customers, confidence that you're going to make a sale, confidence that you're going to hit your a couple of promotions this weekend and lead the team towards success. The second thing is about the choices you make from here. So I've guided you guys a lot throughout training. Now I've given you guys everything you need. Now it's like, what are you going to do with it from here? Are you just going to like leave all these websites alone and never look at them again until advanced training? Or are you going to like practice, like run through it a couple times before your first one, right? Or are you going to learn, right? It's all those little decisions and like not cutting corners in the presentation, following the manual, calling in for deals, communicating, all those little decisions. And then the third part of this is your attitude. The difference between a great rep and an average rep is just their attitude. The attitude towards successes and failures. Like when you have a great demo, champions, they don't get overly excited about it. They just kind of expected that to happen and they're looking for their next big win. But when you have a bad demo or a no sell, champions, they don't overreact. They just realize wins and losses are a part of the game and they just make up for it later on. But this is the most important one, okay? The most important one is your attitude towards your customers this weekend. Because these people you guys are gonna be practicing with, they all know you. And your attitude towards them is gonna dramatically impact your results. Meaning like your parents, your grandparents, your family, they know when you really want to do well at something and you're really trying. They can also tell when you're like half-assing it a little bit, right? So they're gonna want to help you out if they know you want it bad enough, right? So like if they know you want to hit 10K, they know you want to go to this Cabo trip. Like if you want it bad enough, people will help. Now there's 3 paths for everybody when you leave training. 10% of the people that leave training, everything goes wrong. I want you guys to think about this. Like, what if that happens to me this weekend? What if everything goes terribly wrong? Things don't go like what John said they're going to go. How are you going to respond? Are you just going to quit and give up? Or are you going to see that as a challenge in making your success more sweet? Right? Like, think about it. Like I said yesterday, if everything was easy, like you wouldn't learn anything. And think about the best stories in history. Usually there was like a major challenge that these people overcame or went through. So it makes for a better story. right? Like I think of your guys' friend Michaela. Like I usually use her story like right here because she got off to a bad start, but then she ended up like catching fire. She stayed strong, and I think that just comes from her mentality for softball, right? It's like there's a lot of times where a game's not going good or practice isn't going great, but then you got to push through and finish strong. Now, 80% of you guys, everything's going to go pretty normal. Most of you guys on here are going to get your first sale, first promotion this weekend. Some of you guys, you might hit 2 promotions. That's pretty normal. Then there's another 10% of you guys that are just, everything's going to go right. Like you might not even be expecting it, Maya, right? You might go do your first appointment and sell $1,000. Then you're like, holy crap, I was not expecting this, right? And then your next appointment, you sell another $1,000. Then your next one, you sell like ultimate set. I think of Alex Linetti. She tried to quit after the first day of training. She's like, this is not for me. I don't think I'm going to do well. I was like, well, Alex, like I'll be a bad manager if I let you quit that easy. Right. And I was like, try it out for your first weekend, see how it goes. And then she ended up selling $7,000 her first weekend. How do you think her attitude changed? Yeah. She was like, oh, sweet. Made $1,500. And she was like, all right, cool. Like she hit her savings goal for the whole summer, just her first weekend. And then I was like, cool. She's like, now I can take it easy. I was like, no. Challenge yourself to work harder. Like, let's see what you can become. And she became our fast start record breaker in our division. And then she ended up working with me for 2 years and became an assistant manager, one of my lead assistant managers. And now she's doing her dream accountant job. So that might be a path for some of you guys. You guys might get unexpected success. So just make sure you show up. Last thing is do one, book one. Secret. That's the secret right there. Just do a demo, book a demo. All right. Assignments. Write these down real quick. First one, get your first sale. Get that first sale. Once you get that first sale, you're gonna feel awesome. All right. I want you guys to build your confidence ASAP. Doesn't matter what size the sale is, just get that first one and you're gonna feel amazing. The second thing is high communication with your coaches and me. All right. So don't forget about your coaching calls, WhatsApp, all that great stuff. The next one is continue adding to your queue list, right? So like you guys are going to probably like talk with your parents, right? After your first appointment, and they're going to be like, oh yeah, have you called this person? Have you called that person? Oh, you should see this person. And they're going to want to help you out. They want to see you do well. So, so continue adding to your max list. There's going to be some people you might get from your grandma, like add that into your queue. All right. Your customers are going to fill out this verification. So after you're done with everything, right? Like you put in the order or you got your recommendations, always get recommendations, whether they buy or they don't buy. Always ask for recommendations. And then after the recommendations, you're going to send your customer this link through text. Just say, hey, Mrs. Jones, this is the last thing I want to have you do for me. This is how I get credit for my appointments. Can you just fill out this verify link? So it's erverify.online. So erverify.online. So that's how you get credit for the base pay. And I would just follow up with that customer like at the end of the day, just to make sure they did it. And they'll say, oh yes, I did it. Or they say, oh, I almost forgot. Okay. So just make sure they fill that out. All right. And then use Q for all your phone calls. All right. If a customer calls you back and you answer it and like schedule them, it's not going to register in Q. So you just need to add that person into your queue. And then the last thing is make sure you continue to schedule appointments. So this way you hit your goal. All right. I can see all your guys' goals on Q. So make sure you have an appointment scheduled. So advanced training, by the way, I updated the time. I think I said 10 to 2 yesterday. It's actually 10 to 1. Okay, so 10 to 1. Yay, shorter. All right, and then make sure you guys have a few appointments right after advanced training on Monday, because I'm going to teach you guys the secret weapon. You're going to be mind blown a little bit. You might be mad at me. You're going to be like, John, why didn't you teach me this right here in regular training? Unless you guys want to be on here for an extra 3 hours. No, yeah, neither do I. Okay, so yeah. So make sure you have a few appointments after advanced training on Monday. Okay? All right. Other than that, everybody give yourselves a round of applause. You guys survived Cutco training. All right, the first person that hits 10K, I will buy you a massage to massage your neck and back for all the hours we've been sitting here and all that great stuff. All right. So it's all gonna be worth it this weekend. Have a ton of fun. All right. Call me if you need any help. Feel free to stick onto the Zoom if you have any other specific questions. And every link that I shared with you guys in training, I'm gonna post that in the WhatsApp group chat. All right. I know there's a lot to take in. You're like, John, you said this link, you said this website, you said this. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, I have it all together. It's gonna be posted in the WhatsApp group chat right this second. Voila. I got you guys. Okay. And Abby, I think you asked me earlier for like that video on how to put in an order. The link's in there as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, cool guys. Well, get the heck off my Zoom. Go have some fun. Go crush it. Go ahead some promotions. And let me know if you guys need anything.
John, just a quick question.
Yes.
Does it matter who we call? Like if I call Kyle or if I call you to do like the check-in after the.
Call Kyle first because I have the busiest schedule. But if you can't reach him, like for today, call me because Kyle, like he's 7-day Adventist, so he doesn't work on Saturdays normally. That's why I was surprised to see him. But call me today. But tomorrow you'll call him.
Okay, because he just said like after sunset, like after 5, he's free.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
So
yeah, call him first. He's your first target.
okay, thank you.
Yep.
Hey John, I got a question. So
who's talking to me?
There's a Spanish. How do I say it?
Dark.
Oh, it's. You want to see my face?
No, it's all good.
All right, it's kind of dark in here. No, but there's a Spanish link, right?
Yes. So on the first page of the manual, if you go in the middle of it, there's going to be a Spanish link to click and it'll translate everything. It's not going to be the best Spanish, but here, let me message the person that was updating the Spanish. But I'll let you know once we get the more updated one where it's like more casual Spanish.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
John, I have one last question. Do you guys ship to the Virgin Islands?
So the way that actually, I think we do. I don't know. Let me write that question down so I can find.
Okay.
But we might, but if not, the way that my reps ship out of the country, you'll ship it to you. So you might need to ship it to a US address and then you just ship it to the customer. So you just charge them a little bit more for shipping and then you just ship it to them.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank
I have a question about a customer.
Yeah.
I know someone who's 28 and is interested in buying. Am I allowed to sell to them?
Who is this person?
She's like my cousin and she owns a house.
Yeah, that sounds fine. Are they married?
No, divorce. And she has kids.
That's fine, but don't make her your first one.
Yeah, she's on Monday.
Okay, so just make sure you complete a lot between now and Monday. Only reason why, like she's a good person to see, but you're just gonna need some more experience and confidence going into that one.
Okay.
All right. So I want you to do your slam dunk appointments first. See her after advanced training. Okay. There's some advanced training that will help with that.
Okay, I'll call her and tell her. Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I meant to tell you yesterday for the training on Monday, the advanced training, you said it's at 10 to 1.
Yes.
I don't know what I can do, but I have a funeral on Monday. Monday morning. It starts at 11.
Okay. Sorry to hear that. First of all.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can reschedule it. So
Okay.
when I send out the reminders for it on Monday, just send me a text, just reminding me that, just in case I forget.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay, Mr. Baker, have a good night.
Yes. Oh, Abigail.
Oh, yes.
Did your dad receive the email yet?
No, my mom.
Or mom? Sorry.
Yes, I had her sign it.
Okay, let me see something real quick.
Excuse me?
Okay, so hey, I'm gonna send you your rep agreement real quick.
Okay.
Go ahead and fill this out, and then once you fill this out, let me know once you finish it, and then you'll be able to get your account and stuff.
Okay.
Okay. I just sent it right now.
Okay.
All right, cool. I'll talk to you later.
Okay. Okay. Have a good night.
All right, you too. Bye. Hey, Maya, are you still there? Is Maya still there?
Maya left.
Oh man,
No, she
I
left.
couldn't see anybody. Okay, I'll call
I
her.
can text her.
You guys know each other?
She went to the same school that I went to.
Oh, okay, no worries. I'm gonna call her.
I think we know each other through Marlena.
Oh, nice. All right, cool. All right, well, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, have a good night.
All right, bye.